10:30 and walk straight into the doctor.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Beautiful. Please put your hands together for that beautiful idea. I really love it. I really love it. Please, my good friend at the back. Anybody else? I don't want to lock anybody out. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Patrick. Personally, I don't have any cooperative that I can quote I have or I have built up, but I can say I'm a person who works all around, a jack of all trades, but not the illegal part, the good parts. Like I've had one with catering, I've had one with the innovative mind. So what I look for, what I'm preparing to do currently, I want to build a rising generation which is empowered towards not losing hope, not giving up, to always scaling high and always be like an eagle, aiming high to achieve whatever they want in life. And I've been working with different people, different types, because I want to be like the Miles Monroe of tomorrow or the Joshua Selman of tomorrow, so that I empower a bigger generation in bigger platform and I bring them to Christ. So it is to empower. We can do all things, but if we forget God, then it is not workable. We will perish and it will not be okay. So beautiful. I look forward. Personally, Personally, I like empowering people, and that is what I'm working under. I will bring something strong in future. I want to speak to 1 million voices. I want to go around the world. Right now, what I'm doing, I'm learning. Right now, what I'm taking, I'm just taking from different corners. And I have done catering. So from the lady who said does something, you can get me when you have shortage of energy in your company. I can be delighted to work with you. Something else, I've also been working with the flooring industry. One is frost space interiors. We do the decors. If your floors are rough, or maybe you need some design in the walls, or your hotel looks shaggy, I can connect you to one, because I connect different. Though I am all-round guy. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for that. This is our all-round guy. And you said something that I think is phenomenal. You said you want to speak to 1 billion people. 1 billion. Wow. I think that's very inspiring. Thank you, and don't stop what you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, one more time, please put your hands together for him. There's somebody else that raised their hand before I close this session. Please, please, please. Okay, then you. Okay. Wow, 1 billion voices. Think about it. 1 billion people. That's entire Africa. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dennis Kimandi.
Just put your mic closer.
I'm Dennis Kimandi, a photographer and a Nairobi urban street photographers. So I'm a photographer.
Watu wangu wa Sunday.
Yes, so when all is done, it's the pictures and the videos that we'll have.
True, man.
So we do that, we take pictures, we take videos, and that is our nudge.
That is what you do. I'm going to do a petition. When we finish, don't tell them that moving forward, when they need stuff, they hire from these guys. I think that would be dope, right? So that, because we're doing all around the country, it would be nice for them to be your first employers. What do you guys think? I think we should push for that, yeah?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We'll really appreciate that.
Watu wa kamera hawajafurahia, lakini si wao wanaongelelea.
Shout out to them.
Beautiful. So you take pictures in the city.
Yeah, we take pictures in the city. My chairman is actually here. You can say hi. Yeah, that's it. He's the chairman and Nairobi Urban Street Photography.
There's a chairman. I've never heard it.
The chairman. He actually brought together a group of photographers. So if you get a job, he allocates to each and every member. So
no way. Yeah. That thing you guys do on Sunday is this serious? And all my pictures are from Sundays. Up in between I&M. Na Gulf Bank, Gulf of Africa. I think kuna hapo City Market.
Yes.
Uwezi pita hapo hata ukienda date. Beautiful.
So we are there.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. Chairman, please come. Let me talk to you, Chairman. Talk to us about this enterprise that you have, which is the street photographers.
How are you? How are you? My name is Mr. George Gekonyonganga, CEO and founder of Max Africa. My photography company is called Max Africa. And all those street photographers that you see in the streets of Nairobi, each and every person has their own company. Tumeelewana? And Nairobi Street Photography was born way back in 2019 when educated young men and women walikosa kazi. Now the moment umekosa kazi, they normally say necessity is the mother of
invention.
Kama wewe umesoma food process, you started doing street photography. Back then, tulikuwa tunasumbuliwa na the government was there then. But when Governor Sakaja came, he uplifted the ban on street photography. Makofi kwake. And when he uplifted the ban on street photography, tukaanza kuingia kwa street. Our secretary anakuanga hapo I&M, anaitwa Joseph Ouru. The vice chair anakuanga hapo opposite Standard Charter, anaitwa Maxwell Jem. When I was elected to be the president, we were 86 members. And guess today tuko members wangapi? We are 422 members.
Wow.
Makofi kidogo. And each and every day we are growing. The only challenge that we have is to kupata hizi job. Wewe ukikuja kwa street today na kupiga hako kashoot, we normally charge 100 bob per pick. Lakini ukipata ka birthday, unaniitia. Ukipata ka wedding, unaniitia. So we are a very big company today. And niliona kwa ile posta tuliinvitiwa nayo, one of the sponsors ni KWS. And since mwezi wa tano, I have about 6 ladies among the 422 members. And those 2 ladies, KWS, pale headquarters, we have Nairobi Safari Walk, we have Nairobi Animal Orphanage, and the National Park, Google Maltunenanga Game Drive. They gave us an opportunity to photograph for free within Safari Walk and Nairobi Animal Orphanage. Makofi pia kwao.
Wow.
And I can tell you, between mwezi wa tano up to now, we have generated a revenue of about 200,000.
Wow. From the park.
200,000.
Thank you.
And I'm telling you, serikali venye inaendelea, we are going to do another piloting program at Kisumu Impala. And tutaongea mengi, and we are going far. Oh, our vijana, your brothers and sisters, tuwashikilia.
Asante sana. Please makofi kwa chairman tafadhali. I think he would have gone on and on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we'll have another opportunity just to find out about your businesses. But first, please jipigeni makofi tafadhali. Now, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. Thank you so much for being with us right here at this NEDI mapping workshop. Now, we're going to try and keep this morning program as short and as sweet as possible so that we can obviously enjoy ourselves. Now, the one thing, before I introduce my speakers this amazing morning, that every single subsequent government, Kenyan, African, global, the one thing they constantly speak about is youth employment. Everybody is trying to solve youth employment. Now, let me share a few numbers with you guys. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the average age in Kenya is in and around not too far from the 20 to 23 point thereabout. Guess how many people are born every single year in Kenya? I learned that statistic yesterday. An average of 1 million people are born every year in this country. Do we have space for 1 million jobs? I think yes, if you all become the successful entrepreneurs that you're working towards. So that's why today is extremely important. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to get your notebooks out, because a lot of information is going to come your way today that not only will help take your business to the next level, but it's going to be an opportunity for you to pivot and get your entrepreneurship journey to a whole new scale. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize a few distinct individuals that are with us today. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Mark Rachuonyo, who's a principal and CEO of Utalii College. Asante sana, Mr. Ken Babu, who's a speaker, National Youth Parliament of Kenya, also with us today. Mr. Amos, who's a founder, Lawi Africa Foundation. He's a social entrepreneur, author, and young Pan-Africanist. Mr. Okengo Joel Nyambane, who's a board director, Communications Authority of Kenya. Professor Mohammed Abdinur Dahir, executive director for Africa, consultant and adjunct lecturer, United Nations University for Peace. Dr. Juliet Gathoni Kimemia, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, sector lead, trade and investment. Alice Kirambi, Christian Partners Development Agency, CPDA. Speaking on behalf of Her Excellency, Honorable Susan Kihika, is Elga Riaga, CCM, Youth, Sports, Gender and Social Services. Honorable Geoffrey Musiria, Katibu Mkuu wa Mazingira Nairobi, will be joining us a little bit later. Also speaking on behalf of His Excellency the Governor is Dr. Christine Nyalita. You must all know, especially if you're from Nairobi. She's the CCM Business and Hustler Opportunities. She's Hustler 002 in Nairobi, by the way. Anastasia, Nyalita. She's Hustler 002 in Nairobi, so if she's definitely the person that you need to talk to. Honorable Benjamin Washiali, Chairman, Tourism Regulatory Authority, and Mr. Bafa Sulaiman, all the way from Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us. Allow me to also recognize Mr. John Nene Jaoko and Mr. John Karanja, who are with us this amazing day. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so many others, and we'll be expecting our chief guest in just a little bit. Please tuwapigie wao makofi tafadhali. Let's put our hands together for all our distinguished guests. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one place to start. I'd like to welcome Mr. John Nene Jaoko to just give us context of why today is special, and we will be able to officially start. Naomba tumpigie makofi as he comes on up. Let's celebrate him up until he gets up here. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon for that. I'd like to welcome our host right here at Utali College. Let's please put our hands together for Mr. Mark Rachonyo to formally invite us and welcome us this morning. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. As you have been told, my name is Mark Ogendi. I'm the principal and the chief executive officer of Kenya Utali College. I am your host today. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you who have come today, and also as we wait for others to come. There was a time I used to teach communication skills and communication at the university. And one of the things I was told is that the photos that look very nice are the ones that are taken from the front. But if I look at you, some of you decided to go very far at the back. So I want to ask the MC just to go behind. If there is any seat be in front of you and you're sitting behind an empty seat, you pay 1,000 shillings. So just go down somewhere there.
Okay,
just come in front. Just come in front so that we.
So naomba wale ambao tumeketi kule tukuje pande ile ya mwisho tafadhali.
You know, this is an opportunity for you to network with the different people. So I'm giving you 1 second. Just move in front so that at least we can get space somewhere here. We want to just talk to you. Thank you so much for honoring that. So as they settle down, I want to once again say that you're most welcome to Kenya Utali College. This is the premier institution training in hospitality and tourism in the region. I am sure many of you would have wanted to train at Kenya Utali College, but you did not have that golden opportunity. And I also want to remind you that today, being your first time, or your second time, or your third time to visit Kenya Utalii College, this is an institution that is open to all of you. You can visit as a person, you can visit as a student, and you can visit as an organization. At this time, I just want to appreciate all the visitors who are here today, all the speakers, all the government leaders, the county officials, and different institutions that are represented this morning. I will be your host, as has been said, and I will make sure that you enjoy your stay here today. And as I always tell people, the tea you cook at home is always between mixing milk and water and sugar and tea. But the normal professional tea takes 8 steps to be cooked properly. And that is why we are here today. We are here to excite you with the Kenya Utalii College experience. And I want to appreciate my council member who is here with us, Mr. John Karanja Waigi. I know he has a support system from the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, where we fall. I would also want to once again say that we will be able to ensure that this process does not end with what we have today, but it ends with the initial proposals that you will present to us. As an institution, Kenya Utalii College has initiated what we call the Kenya Utalii College Innovation and Entrepreneurship Hub. And what we are doing with that hub is to nurture some of the ideas that you are holding for sustainability. And we will be glad to host some of your ideas within Kenya Utalii College and under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. That is where we fall. I know you have a lot of ideas, but sometimes where you take these ideas, you may not be able to know. Please approach us. Please come to us, and we'll be able to support you in a small way until your idea is developed into the bigger things that you're seeing out there. I want to wish you well. I want to appreciate you for taking your time. I know some of you have come from far, but this is the point for you to get new friends. Don't die with your idea. Look for someone with almost a similar idea and ensure that you work together. Individual idea may not prosper if you keep it under your pockets, but it will prosper only if you openly discuss it with institutions that can be able to support you. My dear young people, I know something that will make you great in future is resilience, discipline, and putting little effort in every activity that you are doing. I don't want to close before telling you that I sat in this college. I sat in the seats you are seeing there 30 years ago as a student of Kenya Utalii College. And I started with a certificate course in front office operations. 30 years down the line, I have been able to complete my 3 masters, 1 bachelor's degree, and a PhD from the University of Nairobi. So I want to assure you that it is possible for you to sit there today, and in the next 2 years, you will be sitting on this other side. We are not saying that the ones who are sitting here are lesser than this one, but we are sitting here to excite you so that next 1 year or next 3 months, with the idea you are thinking is too small, will make you sit anywhere you feel like you want to sit. I want to also remind you that in this nation, the only thing that we need is unity. We have vibrant ideas from the younger people. we want to tell you that we are here to support the initiatives that you thought could not be done. Kenya Utalii College is a government institution. And as much as you are feeling restricted, today we have a great sports day. That's why you can't see our students here. We are having a sports ground, and even me, after a short while, I'll be changing into my tracksuits and go and perform. My brother John Nen, I'll appreciate your initiative and support you. This ground will be there at any time you feel like you want to come and have such kind of engagement. To all our dear distinguished visitors, I want to take this opportunity to once again welcome you and appreciate you. The ideas you have will make a difference in your lives. They will make a difference in our lives. And if you remember the lady called Rosa Parks in 1955, I know these days you don't want to read history. 1955, Rosa Parks was the black lady who refused to stand in a bus in the United States. And that is what brought the end to racial discrimination in 1955. So I believe that one idea, one man, one young man can make a difference in the lives of all these people that we're seeing here today. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Mark. Let me put this here. Makofi kwake tafadhali one more time. Asante sana. I'm still waiting for the 8 steps of how to make tea. Because I think for most of us, we just boil it, right? So I'm trying to find out where the 7 other steps are. So maybe you will tell us in due course. Now, ladies and gentlemen, typical of this modern era that we're in, all that we're doing must be on social media, right? You agree with me? So now I want you to do me a special favor. I want you to kindly go to the guys that are on Instagram, the guys that are on TikTok, the guys that are on Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm going to give you your particular social media so that you can make sure that you follow us, because we want to interact with you. We want to interact with your businesses. So everybody get your phone out, yeah? Next thing I want you to do is I want you to put your data on, because most of us switch off our data. So put your data on for this one. Then I want you, if you're on Instagram, go to NEDI, N-E-D-I, _Kenya. Follow us with your business account, your enterprise, whatever you're starting. Follow us with that. On TikTok, NEDI Kenya, just one word. On Twitter as well is NEDI Kenya, one word. And you can check us out on LinkedIn if you're those people for LinkedIn, NEDI-Kenya. On YouTube, we are just NEDI Kenya. Please, I want your biashara to be with us so that we can be able to take this journey to the an entire new level. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce our next speaker this amazing morning, I've seen somebody that is very special to most of us. Honorable Lina J.B. Kilimo, thank you very much, Madam, for being with us. This amazing, Madam Kilimo, thank you so much for being with us. Oh, it's not you. I was told it's you. Oh, I was told, I thought it was you. I was actually, but thank you so much. I thought it's her. You're her mentee. She did so much for us. She did so much, and I thought that's why I wanted to celebrate her especially. But thank you very much. Asante sana for that. I apologize for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this particular juncture, I'd like to welcome Mr. John Nene Jaoko to just take us through context and build context for this beautiful morning so that we can be able to get this program on the road. Mr. John Nene Jaoko, our chair. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, our able, strong MC, and also a young man. To our guests present, our brother Bafa Saleh, all the way from Nigeria, the team from the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, the county government officials present, the organizing substratum of this noble initiative, that is the Tour Operator Society of Kenya, the NEDI team, the team from the Tourism and Wildlife Ministry, Department of Youth and Tourism and Conservation Initiative, the officials from the Tourism Board, our panelists and facilitators, the college team, and all the youth entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs present, all protocols observed. Good morning to you all. To my Muslim brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is John Yahya Nene. John and Yahya just mean the same thing. But I want to keep my John because I also want to trace my history. I was not born a Muslim, I was born a Christian, and I don't hate being a Christian. So I also have to maintain my John. I am the CEO of National Enterprise Development Initiative, which is a non-profit organization that deals with youth and women empowerment. Our vision, as you can see, is to mainstream young people and women in national leadership, governance, and development agenda. Our mission is tapping the potential and the creativity and innovativeness of young people and the women in business and turning it into economic venture. So how we tend to achieve this normal vision and mission is we've been looking at, as you all know, there is a lot of talk about youth and women. And I want to tell you, because I've traveled a little bit around African countries, and I can confirm without fear of contradiction, my friend Bafa, if I'm wrong, you will correct me. Kenya has the best systems and infrastructures in terms of youth and women empowerment. And this one we started in, I think, 2002, during the Kibaki regime, when we systematized the empowerment. And in every county of Kenya you go, there is a youth department in the county government that is dealing with matters youth and women affairs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And in every unit within the county, you will find that our youth and women are already organized and structured and registered, and they are running small, medium enterprises in their own way, and depending on their different orientations and passions. Those who are passionate about agribusiness, those who are passionate about sports and arts, those who are passionate about tourism, conservation, those who are passionate about environmental issues, climate change, blue economy. You will find that in every county of Kenya, young people and women are already organized. They are doing their own small enterprises. And at the county level, there is a system that is supporting them. There are ministers in charge. There are directors in charge. There are youth leaders in charge. At the national level, we have almost every ministry, there's a department that is dealing with youth and women empowerment. And at the private level, I don't know, thousands of organizations that are focusing on youth empowerment. At the donor world, there are big departments that are talking about youth and women empowerment. But we will all agree today that there is very little impact on the beneficiary. We are yet to see certain big cottage industries emerging in the county that were started and are being managed by young people as well as the women. Since 2002, there are still small and medium scale business activities. So the question we are asking ourselves is, where is the gap? What is happening with all this infrastructure, with all these systems, with all these organizations? How many years down the lines we are not seeing industries, we are not seeing bakeries, we are not seeing serious economic activities that can turn around the lives of people and increase the income to young people and the women. So as NEDI, we have been asking this question. And one of the things that we have come about with, if you look at our focus today, is the synergy. We realize that every organization is doing the youth empowerment in their own style, in their own way, in isolation. And the first thing that we want to do as NEDI is to bring as many like-minded organizations as possible to work together in a consortium to focus our efforts and energy and skills to make sure that there is an impact to the said beneficiary, who is the young person and the women, from the top to the grassroots level. And this is what we've started doing. As you can see, we have started by, first of all, even before approaching the development world and the donor community, what is it that as Kenyans we can do on our own? And with this, we have we've started partnering with the Ministry of Tourism. Our able director, Mr. Karanja, is here. And I remember when I met Mr. Karanja and we shared this noble idea, how do we form synergy, how do we bring the government systems together? And he said one thing, now that we agree, let's kick off this thing and the rest will join us along the way. Same when I met my dear sister Juliet from the National Chamber of Commerce, and we said the same thing. And we know that this is the Moses snake. It's big. It's going to swallow the smaller ones. So as we start building this synergy together, we already come together strongly with the home of all businesses, which is the chambers. We've started the journey with the Ministry of Tourism, Department of Youth and Tourism and Conservation Initiative. And in that department, we're already talking to the National Youth Council. It was so hectic, but we already hoped in the Ministry of Information and Technology, because technology is going to be the anchor of all these enterprises that we will start the mapping process today. So this is the basis of our workshop today. This is not a political initiative. You know, politics is emotional, it is fun, it is enjoyable, but just for a temporary moment. Economic development is a bit not very cool. Yeah, it's like you plant the maize, you wait for it, you wait for the rains, you put fertilizer, you wait for it. It's a very slow process, it's not very cool, and that's why there are very few entrepreneurs. So this workshop is going to be focusing on the beneficiary, and as I said, with that kind of the synergy. So today, the program, we have structured it that we will be involving the youth in the whole country. But since we cannot do county to county, we've divided the program into economic blocks. And we're starting with the Nairobi Metropolitan Today we have entrepreneurs from Kiambu County, we have entrepreneurs from Machakos, and we have entrepreneurs from Nairobi County. The Kajiado County excused themselves because they just had a conference, which was huge. And we are working with the county government team so that we'll do a special mapping for Kajiado, and then we're done with Nairobi. We've invited 100 entrepreneurs from every county, and after this morning session, when we've had these motivational speeches from our invited guests, we will go to the meat of the matter, which will be sitting down with these entrepreneurs, listening to their ideas, listening to their ongoing projects, as well as in this mapping, we are mapping the ongoing projects, we are mapping ideas, and you can see in this front table, we are having officials from the county government, and their role is also to help us interrogate the county government feasibility studies. Because the question emerged when we were having boardroom meetings, entrepreneurs are few. The jobless are many. How are you going to deal with the jobless? They don't want to do business, they want to work. And they're the majority. So we will be talking to the county governments to look at their feasibility studies so that we can see which projects, when we invite the investors and when we're working closely with the county government officials involved, we can turn around to create employment to the other youth who are not present here today. So these are the components we are mapping, and I want to assure the entrepreneurs here, when we were thinking about this idea, there is, this notion of, our country government is corrupt, the people are like this and that. But I want to assure you, everybody here is willing to work together to make sure that the beneficiary gets the benefit that is desired for him, and him or her. And we are very happy that we have been positively welcomed from all these counties. My dear officer from Nairobi County, we just came to you like 4 days ago. And within that short time, you mobilized the staff and the people. And this just shows you the willingness of how the people present here are willing to work with us to make this journey a success. My dear friend, Ken Babu, I woke him up at 2, and I just ambushed him, and he said, bro, do you want to break my marriage? Why are you calling me at this? And today, he traveled all the way from Kisumu to come and be with us here. So there's a lot of positive energy, there's a lot of willingness for everybody in his department to walk this journey together with a lot of synergy to make sure that we bring the benefit in terms of capacity building, in terms of financial support, in terms of skills development, so that in the next 1 year or so, we start seeing serious cottage industry springing up from our counties and even at the national level. Thank you very much. And with those many, many remarks, I officially welcome you to this workshop. I feel at home, and let's make this a successful event. Thank you very much. I will now invite my brother, Director Karanja, from the Ministry of Tourism, Department of Youth and Tourism and Conservation Initiative, whom we've signed a long-term agreement to make sure that we go countrywide. He's been very, very supportive, very, very helpful. I can't say a lot. I will now allow him to introduce this topic and our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nene. Nene, the Board of Directors for NEDI, a guy from Nigeria, Chamber of Commerce, Nairobi County Government. Good morning. As you have heard, my name is Karaja Wegi. I'm the Director of Planning, the Ministry of Planning, in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, State Department for Tourism. And I'm delighted to be here. We are grateful. It is a journey that we have walked with NEDI. It's an idea that we birthed, and just a brief history of where we are here. Last year, in December, the Cabinet Secretary for State for Ministry of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, launched an initiative called the Youth in Tourism and Conservation Initiative. Basically, the whole essence for the YTCI is how do we bring youth as agents of innovation and development in the tourism sector. And in that initiative, we are focusing on 4 main areas. How do we enhance our youth on innovation aspects? How do we bring key innovators, solutions towards addressing the issues and to develop solutions towards addressing the issues that is affecting the tourism and conservation sector. And here we are focusing on how do we empower youth to develop solutions, to provide those solutions, to develop those things that we are facing as a sector. Number 2, we are focusing on how do we empower, strengthen entrepreneurs through mentorship, encouragement. And here, this is part of the program that we are doing here. So that after this mapping, we want to see how do we support enterprises on youth, those scalable ideas. How do we talk with them? How do we incubate them to scale them up so that at least they can transform, create job opportunities for young people? 3, how do we capacity build them? And focusing on their careers. You realize that the tourism sector, we usually say it has a cross-multiplier effect in all the sectors. Just a comment on the same. Last year, we recorded allowed 2.4 million visitors to Kenya. And we managed to earn 452 billion as foreign exchange. 80% of the workforce we have in the tourism sector are youth. What does that mean? If our sector grows, the impact that we are going to have from the current allowed 1.7 million direct and indirect jobs in tourism, by 2027 we want to see whether we can double that to around 3 million. And also on foreign exchange earnings, we want to see whether we want to be the top foreign exchange earner. Currently we are number 3 from diaspora remittances and also the agricultural exports. But we want to see where by 2027, we want to see how we become the top earners. Our target is 1.1 trillion by 2027. So we are delighted for this initiative because also on the same initiative, we want to also see, based on the trend that you have observed, there has been an increasing change in the preferences of how our tourists come to Kenya. And we also want to make our Kenya a youth-centric travel. So our focus also is how do we support and engage various partners that we can develop interest or we can develop products and experiences that are youth-centric so that we also tap and encourage the youth to participate. The other issue is on conservation. How do we empower youth also to develop solutions towards addressing the conservation issues that we have in a country? As you realize, for tourism to thrive, we usually, 60% of the tourism products are in or wildlife, so that is why it is important to address the issues of conservation. So it is a timely initiative that we are here. We want to see how do we empower various enterprises that we have in the sector. How do we mentor them? How do we incubate them so that we scale them up, create opportunities for our youth? And in support of that, we are establishing a youth in tourism innovation hub at Tourism Fund Building. Tourism Fund Building is on Valley Road, first floor, where we want to give you an opportunity for our youth. If you have an idea, we want to give you space there you can come, we link you with mentors, you scale your ideas so that you can at least from there you can be able to grow as a business enterprise. Additionally, the focus for this year, Jamhuri celebrations is tourism, wildlife and mice. And that day on Thursday 10th December at KICC, that's what we're having the whole week. We have strictly said that day we are going to dedicate it for research, innovation, youth issues, idea labs and all that. And that is why I talked with NEDI as we do this mapping. The ideas that will come from this place, we will be able to showcase during that week. We will be able to work with the partners that we have. We assist you to package them. And then we are going to allow you or those enterprises to showcase during the Jamhuri Week celebrations that will be held on from 8th to 12th at KICC. So this is a journey that we have started and we continue supporting each other. Our main aim is, as led by our Cabinet Secretary, Ms. Rebecca Miano, we want to create opportunities for our youth in this sector. And if our sector grows, you realize that every sector, whether it is agriculture, whether it is trade, whether it is transport, it grows. Because when a tourist comes, we usually calculate what we call the average spend. The average spend when a foreigner comes around 180,000. And then 180,000 is distributed across all the sectors. So we continue working together with our partners. We have called everybody so that we have a common front towards supporting various enterprises in the tourism sector, most importantly for our transformation of the sector. I'm also sitting here in two hats. I'm also representing the Principal Secretary, the State Department for Tourism, Mr. John Olutua. He really wanted to come, but he sent me his greetings, and he's with us. He's the one that is directly under in this initiative. And also, as the CEO said, I'm also a council member at Kenya Utalii College. And as he has said, we want to see how we transform Kenya Utalii College as a center of excellence, offering quality training and transforming the tourism sector. Others, thank you very much, and we will continue working. It's a journey that we have started. We have started in this circuit in Nairobi. We want to see how we scale this up in all the circuits. We have around 9 circuits. We want to see how we scale this program, and we'll continue working together with you. It's a journey we have started, and we are going to partner towards ensuring that this is done. Thank you very much for accepting our call, and thank you, NEDI.
Thank you very much, Director. Please, makofi kwake Director, Mr. John Karanja. Appreciate you, and thank you so much for passing your greetings, or rather his greetings, on behalf of Honorable John Ololtua, who is the Principal Secretary in the State Department. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you this morning session is just going to be more of us rallying together, discussing. It's going to be very brief, so all of my speakers coming in after this will request you just to keep it as short as possible so that we can be able to get our entrepreneurs up on the road so that we can start discussing the nitty-gritties. Now, Director John, and I know I saw you a little bit earlier when we were discussing, and you had a lot of these young people are really passionate about tourism. And of course, we're really looking forward to some of the projects that will be birthed. Some of the ideas they shared here are simply phenomenal. Let's invite one of our young people to just come and share with us this amazing morning. This gentleman, like Mr. Nene just mentioned, he had to be woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning and told that he must be here. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome the Speaker, National Youth Parliament of Kenya. Please a round of ovation as we welcome Mr. Ken Babu to join us this morning. Makofi kwake tafadhali, Mr. Ken Babu. He's going to speak very briefly. Mr. Ken Babu, over to you as you give us your thoughts this amazing morning. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Bwana MC. To the leadership of NEDI, board members, the leadership of Utalii College, our host, and the representatives from the county government, ladies and gentlemen, the youth who are in the house, good morning. Vijana mjambo. Youth power. Power to the youth power. Long live the defiant spirit of the youth, long live. Asante sana. Kumbe vijana wako hapa ndani. I think the mobilizer was very keen. This is the energy that tunataka, si ndio? Mine is first to appreciate the leadership and the organizers of this thing, of this engagement, to having thought of it. For the longest time, we've engaged and thought about young people in the line of politics. But again, in the line of politics, we've thought of young people as crowd pushers and noise makers. Na wale wa kuvaa merchandise. Si ndio? But I think it's a good one that the NEDI team thought that the young people can also be engaged on the issues around entrepreneurship, innovation, agriculture, and all that. Because I want to agree with all of you that despite the fact that we are the majority, the young people, to some extent, we've not been engaged on critical issues and decision making where our impact can be really felt. So thank you so much, the leadership of NEDI, for this, and of course, Bwana Rachonyo, I think it will be good enough to applaud you for having provided this opportunity for us to engage these young people. In most of organizations or institutions, when they hear about youth meeting, they would say no. Wataleta vurugu hapa. So Bwana Rachonyo and the leadership of Utalii, asanteni sana. Mine is to say, you know, being a youth has a duration, but being a woman is permanent. Sindio? In the political space, they say there are youth wings, women wings, and PWD. So if a young woman is in the youth wing, she can still find herself in the women wing. Sindio? So sometimes you find that there's a young woman who is vibrant, but the older women are telling her, no, you should not belong, you don't belong here. Go interact with the youth first. At least hit 35, then now you transit to women. When she comes to the youth wing, the young men are feeling like, no, you should be on the women wing. You get that? So I'm saying this to encourage young people and tell you that you are only going to be a youth for 17 years at most. By the time you hit 18, between 18 to 35 is 17, right? So you only have 17 years of being a young person, a youth, as per the Constitution, 35. Eh? So what you do with that 17 years is what will matter. And just to bring you to speed, the word youth has a very interesting meaning. And this is how I refer to it. A youth refers to young, organized, united towards hope. This is a group of young people who are organized and are united towards what? Towards what? You know, hope is the only meal that you can take day in, day out without getting tired. Because anyway, that's the reason why you woke up today. And that's why you think that tomorrow you'll be alive. Hope. Ama kuna mtu ako sure ataamka kesho. You are just hopeful that kesho utaamka, sindio? So I want to say that the National Youth Parliament first is a platform that was extracted from Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association that was institutionalized by Dr. Nyalita's boss, who is currently the governor of this county. At that time, he was the chairperson of Young Members of Parliament. That was in 2013. And the National Youth Parliament is a shadow of the National Parliament. And it has got representation across the country. The young people converge and sit at the Parliament precincts to discuss issues that presses on the youth of this country. The last sitting was done in this year, August, and resolutions were made, and they were tabled on the floor of the House. And some of them were actually adopted. And there's a bill that was passed, and the president assented to it, to allow young people who have reached 18 years, who are still in school, to be registered and be given ID and voter's card before they leave the school. Those are some of our contributions. So there's a lot that we can do when we come together, like I said, united towards hope. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say that Kenya is at a defining moment. And we are a young nation that not merely in terms of our age since independence, but in the vibrancy of our people. Over 70% of our population is below the age of 35. That is true. We are a nation of dreamers, thinkers, and creators. Yet so, we also face the paradox of a generation with vast potential but limited opportunities. Leaders who are here. Personally, I'm a beneficiary of strategic mentorship. And I want to challenge you, the leaders who are here, to hold the hands of these young people. In this hall, we have a lot of potential. Young people with a lot to offer, but what they need is direction. And they need opportunities. And all that comes with strategic mentorship. For the longest time, we believed that mentorship is taking photos with the leaders. If you come here, you take photos with Nene, you post. Yes, that is good. Utakuwa umeuza uoga. pale mashinani, si ndio? Ukipiga picha na daktari hapa, waziri, utakuwa umeuza uoga pale mashinani. But I want to tell you, that photo comes with demands. The moment you take a photo with the governor, there's a time I took a photo with the Governor Johnson Sakaja. And when I went back to the ground, vijana walikuwa nasema, sasa wewe ni kiongozi. Sasa toa budget. You get that? So these young people need leadership, strategic mentorship, exposure, and support for them to achieve their dreams. I want to say that too many young people graduate each year with degrees in hand, but without access to dignified livelihood. We've got a serious youth bulge in this country, but it's not a burden. If we use it very well, it will be of benefit to the whole country. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme today calls us on the harnessing of entrepreneurial potential of both the youth and women. We must understand that these two groups are a twin pillar of our society, holding the keys to the socio-economic transformation, and empowering the youth and women is not just about equity. It is about unleashing Kenya's full productive capacity. Just like Professor Wangari Maathai would say it, that the rise of women equals the rise of a nation. If you see a woman, you see generations. But if you see a youth, you see potential. So the two must be put together and supported strongly to provide a stronger generation. Si ni ukweli? To add on that, the empowerment of youth equals to the rebirth of an economy. When young men and women are given the tools, capital, and confidence to build business, they create jobs, not only for themselves, but for others as well. In this context, the sectors of tourism, technology, innovation, and synergy present some of the most promising frontiers for transformation. And I want to challenge the tourism department, and my brother Karanja is still here, that Kenya is one of the most vibrant industries. Tourism in Kenya is one of the most vibrant industries that must evolve beyond traditional models of safaris and beaches. The future lies in the experience-driven tourism, in culture, digital storytelling, and eco-conscious travel. My brother Karanja, and if PS was here, I will challenge you to imagine a young people developing mobile apps that connect visitors to authentic local experiences. You can imagine a women-led cooperatives running ecotourism ventures that preserve our environment while creating income for communities. That is the future we are looking at. And with proper partnership between the ministry and these young people and the women, we can really achieve that. Nataka nikuambia vijana wako tayari kufanya kazi na nyinyi. Swali ni je, muko tayari kufanya kazi na wao? Bwana Karanja, muko tayari? Vijana muko tayari? Muko tayari? Vijana power. The future of tourism lies in rebranding Kenya not just as a destination, but as an experience. One that is imagined, curated, and shared by our own youth. Technology, on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, is the greatest equalizer of our time. And it has democratized our opportunity, broken down barriers, and turned small ideas into global enterprise. From fintech to agritech, from edutech to healthtech. And young Kenyans are leading innovations in transforming the nation. If you walk through the streets of Nairobi, most on Sundays, you will see great talent that are in this town. And I want to appreciate the leadership of the county through Dr. Yapa for having thought of giving the young people that opportunity to utilize the streets on Sundays. If you walk through Basilica, that street, Parliament Road, the youth are there making good use of their talent. But still we can do much. There's still an avenue of cooperation, partnership to help these young people make a living out of those talents. Bwana Karanja, what these young people does in those streets, we can find a way in curating that into the Ministry of Tourism so that we can put our ambassadors from those streets into the systems, tufanye kazi, mambo yetu ende kule nje na vijana wapate kitu ya kuweka kwa meza. Inawezekana jamani? Si inawezekana vijana? The youth are ready. The ministry should be ready, right? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all that, to sustain this momentum, we must create a robust digital ecosystem. We need to create county-based innovation hubs, and I heard my brother John Ennis speak to that. Not only in Nairobi County, but at least 47 counties. Each county should have a digital innovation hub, which is functional to capture and tap into the talents of our young people. We must invest in digital literacy programs that empower youth and women with skills in coding, digital marketing, and e-commerce. We must encourage public-private partnership that fund startups and mentorship networks. Technology must not become merely a tool for communication, but the foundation for creation of wealth and generations to support and make a meaning out of it. Colleagues and young leaders, at the heart of all this journey and everything that we are doing here, we have innovation, which is the art of turning ideas into impact. And these young people, Bwana John, these young people are innovative enough to make a change in this country. And all that can be put together through proper synergy and power working between governments, institutions, individuals, civil society, to ensure that we deal with the issue of unemployment amongst the youth. Ladies and gentlemen, to address these issues and the critical issue around unemployment, Kenya must embrace practical, coordinated solutions. And when I say Kenya, I mean all of us. There is no responsibility that can just be spread across and say that Kenyans, and you are not taking individual responsibility to contribute to it. If the country is failing, then it means you are also failing as an individual. As an individual. If the country is doing well, then it means you are also contributing. So when I say Kenya, it means all of us, we must take individual responsibilities to ensure that we deal with the issues of employment. Fast forward, we need to establish proper and well-coordinated youth enterprises clusters. I know we have something close to that. In every county spaces where young entrepreneurs can access shared tools, mentorships, and in this mentorship we mean strategic mentorship and financing, particularly in tourism, technology, and agribusiness, so that we can get young people diverting their energies, strengths into agriculture, agribusiness. Secondly, we must reform our education system to focus on skills, creativity, rather than rote learning. Every young person should graduate with at least one monetized skill. Today, it's unfortunate that everybody who comes from the university comes with a degree or a master's or anything that you come diploma. But beyond what you studied in class, very few has got something to offer. We must restructure that system and have monetized skills. So that before you become a teacher that you studied, or before you become an accountant, there is something else that you can do as you wait to be employed. Before you become a doctor, you have a skill that can feed you in the intervening period before you get employment. That's the direction that we must take as a nation. Thirdly, we must provide access to credit and made youth-friendly. The Hustler Fund, we've heard of it. The Youth Enterprise Fund, we've heard of them. Women Enterprise Fund. These funds must be made intentional, and they must serve their real purpose. For the longest time, we've had these funds, ziko tu pale. Vijana wangapi hapo wamepata pesa kutoka kwa Youth Enterprise Fund? Beba mikono? Hakuna, si ndio? Vijana wangapi wamepata Hustler Fund hapa ndani? Hakuna, si ndio? Wamama wangapi wamepata Women Enterprise Fund? Hakuna, si ndio? Sasa Bwana John, mimi nauliza, hizi pesa nani anazipata? Kama hawa, daktari, these are Kenyans. and they've not gotten those money. Who is receiving the money? So we have to provide an avenue, proper civic education, civic engagement, so that each and every person can access this funding. Finally, we must decentralize innovation by building county-based innovation hubs to ensure that opportunities are not limited in Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, everything happens in this town. May I come from Kisumu County, and I want to tell you that everything is happening in this town. Anytime I come to Nairobi, people in the village calls me. Ati bwana tulete mazuri ziko huko. And on that side, they claim that 85% of the budget is in this town. So it's only 15 that goes to up country. So watu wa Nairobi jamani, mtugawe kitu bwana, kule mashinani tunaumia. So NED and the leadership that is here, we must decentralize these innovation hub centers so that young person in Kisumu can equally get an opportunity just as a young person in Nairobi. Sio itakuwa sawa? If you do that, then we are not going to have many people, many youth migrating from the villages coming to crowd in this town. We must enforce the 30% government procurement rule for youth, women, and persons with disability with the digital tracking system to ensure accountability and fairness. These are things that are there. These are proposals that have been made, but we must make them. We must ensure that they are implemented and actualized, and actually there is a follow-up so that we can feel the impact pale mashinani. However, even as we discuss these policies and programs, we must never lose sight of the human spirit that drives entrepreneurship. The desire to create, to solve, to uplift, and to leave a mark. Kenya's youth are not waiting for rescue. They are waiting for recognition, and they do not seek pity. They are seeking partnership. Vijana, you have the potential that it takes. You have everything, you have the energy. What you are looking for is what? Partnership. Sindio? What are you looking for? Partnership and strategic mentorship. So you have to give ourselves responsibilities. And I was thinking I will get the governor here. Today, I wanted to assign him at least 10 young men and women here so that he can individually mentor these young people. Okay? And because the governor is not here, and the representative of the governor is here, I can still delegate that responsibility. Swali ni moja, daktari yuko tayari? Thank you. I think she's also a product of mentorship. So, these young people are looking for strategic mentorship and partnership, not pity, not sympathy. They have the potential, they have the energy, they have the skills, they just need exposure and support. Is that okay? Fellow young people and women of Kenya, the time has come to move from job seeking to job creation, from talking about change to being the change, from potential to power. The National Youth Parliament of Kenya stands ready to be your bridge, translating your ideas, aspirations, and innovations into policy proposals that can shape the laws and priorities of our nation. Let us harness our boundaries of energies. Let us harness our boundless energy of our youth, the creativity of our women, and the transformative potential of technology and tourism to build a Kenya that works for all. Let us be the generation that turns frustration into innovation, challenges into enterprises, and dreams into development. Because when the youth and the women rise, Kenya will rise. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please makofi kwake tena one more time.
Comrades, power. Vijana, power. Long live the youth, long live. Long live the fighting spirit of youth, long live. Long live the defiant spirit of the youth, long live. Amandla. Say awe tu. Amandla. Nyinyi ni vijana mko tayari. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Please, makofi kwake Speaker tafadhali. Mr. Ken Babu, thank you very much. for sharing, and of course, sharing deeply from the heart. That was inspiring, right? He spoke about everything that every young person in this room needs to be addressed. And Asante Sana for bringing that to the attention of the leadership of NEDI and, of course, all the leaders that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed on straight on with our next speaker. I'd like to welcome, with an amazing morning, Professor Mohammed Abdinur Dahir, who's Executive Director for Africa, Consultant and Adjunct Lecturer, United Nations University of Peace. Now, Professor Makofi, Professor comes to see us.
Thank you so much, MC. Is it Babu or Ababu? What's the name? For that very powerful and inspiring insights. Do you agree with that statement? I think then we should call it a day because he has said it all. I just want to correct one thing. I am not the Executive Director of Africa, but no one will be the Executive Director of Africa. Muammar Gaddafi will have been one. So I am the Executive Director for Education for Africa, an organization called EFA, but it's not Africa. I want to correct that impression. All invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the beautiful and handsome young people, Assalamu alaikum. We are here today just for one reason. We have a shared vision. And the shared vision is what everyone else has expressed and what perhaps everyone else who comes will articulate. And that vision is because we have an opportunity which a lot of people see it as a challenge. I don't think women and youth are a problem. Women and youth are a great potential, a great opportunity that only if we see that can be the drivers of economy in Africa. True or false? But many a times, and I like the word he used, it's not pity, it's not sympathy, but we have to see them as assets. We have to see them as instruments for economic growth. We have to see them as drivers of positive change. And we have to see them as enablers. Do you see yourself as a burden, or you see yourself as an opportunity? Thank you. So that's why we are all here, so that this great country and this great continent will for once realize that we have a lot of potential within our midst. We recognize that the backbone, the present and the future of this nation, and the growth that we all aspire to, and why perhaps we are struggling, is because we have not really fully utilized that potential. I always talk to my students and I hear this phrase, you must think out of the box. And I say no. Out of the box will still bring you back to the box. Out of the box is limiting. Can we place this box somewhere else and think without that box? What we need is very extraordinary and radical thoughts. And I think from what I have seen, we conducted the Africa-Asia Youth Conference through our organization a few days ago. And what I see in this room is what all of us as policymakers, as legislators, as academics, and everyone else must really, really think about. Yes, we have a few issues we are struggling with. But I think the realization that there is a barrier. And unless all of us struggle to remove that barrier, unless all of us focus and then face that barrier head on. Unless we realize that for us to really break that barrier, there's a whole 70, 80% of our population that are not effectively engaged, we will not develop as a continent. However, there is tremendous opportunity in terms of what he called the youth bulge. I want to address this question this morning. Is it a burden or an opportunity? When we say Africa is a young continent, when we say there are a lot of unemployed people, is it an opportunity or it is a barrier? Is the youth bulge something that is inherent or something that we must see as dividends? In the economic sense, I think we must see that as a demographic dividend. So when our economists and the experts are talking about how much our GDP has grown and the per capita income and all these things, we must see the dollar in that population. We must see the value in those dividends. I mean the dividends in that demographics. We must be able to value and then say, yes, our population of young people is 74%, for example. How can you translate that into dividends? That is the opportunity that we want to discuss this morning. That will only happen if we, one, allow them to take leadership positions. And number two, that will only happen if we empower them. But the problem I have with this what? We will talk about it the whole day, empower young people and women, but we need to demystify. We need to deconstruct that phrase of empowering youth and women. If we see it as a moral imperative, if we see it as a moral obligation, in your house, in your village, in your estate, in your nation, in your constituency, in your states, if we see them that, one, there's a dividend. Number two is a moral obligation. So as a nation, if we define that as a moral obligation, every office, every corporate or corporation, every institution will tick those boxes and then say, do we as a constitution only say 30%? Do we as a devolved unit or devolved government say that we must give procurements to 30% of the youth? Do they happen? If we don't treat that as a moral issue, and we call ourselves a God-fearing nation, we are in the mosques and the churches every day, in the mosques and every Sunday and Saturday in our churches. But do we treat that as a moral obligation? Do we see that there is part of the society that is dragging us behind, not because they are a problem, but we have seen them as a burden? So a moral imperative, a demographic dividend, and the growth of the economy is three things that perhaps I will want to use to demystify this word. Can we see them as an economic growth necessity? That without them, really, we can move. And for sure, there is all the evidence. Have we moved? 20, 30 years, gentlemen on this side of the table, 20, 30 years we have addressed this issue, but are we moving? We are not. We seem to be mark timing. And therefore, we must unlock that impasse. If we must reduce poverty, if we must create employment, and if Kenya must prosper, we have to take this as a moral imperative. Something that's a must upon us. We need to build a brighter future. And in building that brighter future, we need to think of a number of things. Creativity, innovation, thinking different, Collaboration, I think, which has come out very, very key as what NEDI is looking at. Partnership that is based on transparency and mutual. It's not adult-child relationship. We want to bring agencies together, but there is one who is a donor and another a recipient. The young people, as if you are rewarding them, you give them a 30%. The kind of partnership that, John, we are looking for is partnership that is based on transparent engagement, partnership that is based on maturity and mutual engagement. This is what we must nurture. This is the partnership that we are looking for. Behind all these things, apart from a moral imperative, there's one thing that cross-cuts. It's the whole issue of integrity. I think as a nation and as a continent, one thing that we really struggle with every day is integrity. Someone said integrity is what you do when no one watches over you. We have put these things into the Constitution. They are in our documents. But then, who are the procurement officers? Who are the people who are awarding these contracts? Who are the government evaluators? Who are the people who are doing performance assessment at the end of the year? If there was integrity, and I'm saying now both sides, young people and women must be people of integrity. Whatever that you get and is entrusted in you must be beyond reproach. The same side, on the other side, we must also bring about integrity. I have a long written speech, but I don't want to go in that direction because of time. But I want to really commend my friend Nene. I've known him for many years. And even the few days we were talking, I have never thought this thing will get to this level. Because sometimes I know him as a very disorganized fella. So this teaches me the other side of Nene. This teaches me the other side of John Nene, a very, very organized fellow. Can we give him a clap? Asanteni sana, we want to move in this direction. We want to have a firm commitment and resolve at the end of the day. And because of time, I will want to stop at that point. Thank you so much, Asanteni sana, and have a lovely weekend as we move in that direction.
Thank you so much, Professor. Please, makofi kwake, Professor.
You know, teachers can talk on and on. They're like Baptist preachers. But we have to have an end to something. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you very much. Makofi kwa Professor tafadhali. Professor, hapo mwisho tunasema umechoma. Amechoma sana. Amechoma sana. But thank you so much, Professor, for speaking again from your heart and, of course, sharing that it is a moral imperative. We need to look at it from that direction. We must look at it. And, of course, mentioning and sharing again about how critical integrity is, especially in this part of the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's 11:46. We should have had an opportunity just to enjoy our tea. I've just asked them to hold it just a little bit because I want us, once we go for tea break, we'll just go and do everything else that needs to be done that is outside this particular facility. So please just bear with me for that. In just a little bit, we'll be able to release you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I will move straight on to the next person, and I've requested all my speakers to keep it shorter than Professor, because Professor has given us the threshold of the 4 minutes that he took to speak. Let's put our hands together from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please let's put our hands together for Sector Lead and Trade Investment, Dr. Juliet Gathoni Kimemia, as she comes to speak to us this amazing morning. Tupige Daktari tafadhali as she comes on up to share briefly this morning. Then immediately after her, she'll be able to invite our next speaker. So one more time, please let's put our hands together for Dr. Juliet Gathoni Kimemia. So in part of our introduction, aliniambia niseme ako chama ya KANU.
Thank you very much, MC. The organizers of this wonderful event, led by my friend Nene, waziri wa kaunti ya Nairobi, waziri mwenzangu, nilikuwa waziri wa trade pia. hata mimi niko pale pale. Professor, I'm also a don. I wear many hats. Kiongozi wetu, our host, this is such a wonderful place to be. My wonderful chair from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, Daktari, na rafiki yetu kutoka Nigeria, and my young brother, and my twin sister, na wenzetu wenye tumekuja. Hamjamboni. How are you, Babu? Si Babu anaweza tosha for president. Wacha hiyo ati speaker, ati third in command. I am very excited this morning, and thank you so much, John Nene, for inviting me. I will keep it short. How many of us who know the Chamber of Commerce and Industry? That organization. Gaifafa, my youth, you do not know where money is. Let me tell you what the chamber is. And you can do a little bit of Google. I will not give functions and stuff like that. But I just want to present the chamber as a beautiful home to be for young people, for women, and for everybody. Because this is the only organization that you go to America, utapata Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Uende China, uende Japan, uende hapa Lamu County, utapata ofisi ya Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Uende Turkana, Chamber of Commerce and Industry ni serikali. Lakini ni serikali ya uchumi, si ndio? Many of us keep telling the government that the government should provide jobs. Do you know currently, serikali imepeana how many job opportunities? Wacha niwaelimishe. 1 million. That is the maximum in terms of job opportunities in government. Can you guess private sector right now? Very serious employment, people who are already employed in the private sector. How many they are? 17 million. Am I talking to somebody? So, tuache kustress governor, tuache kustress Ruto, ati wo tutafutie makazi. He is so limited. But the private sector is where that number of employment opportunities can double in 1 year. If all of us change our mindset, if all of us know that resources are in our hands. So I'm giving all of us homework. Just go and study Chamber of Commerce and Industry. But to just give you a snippet on what is currently available. Because we are here discussing entrepreneurship, growth, progressing. I've just said, what is currently available is that this is a structured institution that's not just locally present, but globally present. Number 2, all the time you see the president going out of the country, siku ya kwanza inakuanga political, si ndio? The following day, what does he do? He meets with the business community of Kenyans living wherever, together with the business communities of that particular country. If a president, say from India, comes into this country, he reports in State House, the next day is signing of bilateral, multilateral, blah, 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 blah. All those are trade agreements. When the government signs, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry witnesses. See, kila contract iko witness. So the Chamber of Commerce and Industry is the one that witnesses. So right now, as we speak, unpacked Waziri, at the chamber, we have over 80 bilateral agreements, trade agreements, MOUs that are not unpacked. So I'm sending you to the caucus of CECs from the Council of Governors, because I've sat in that caucus. And we can be able to sit, engage, unpack these MOUs, and all these MOUs are aimed at one thing: inbound and outbound investments. So you can imagine if we make use of, you know, our president's energy. Sindio? Amenda inchi ngapi? You have lost count, eh? Na Kibaki alienda gapi? Kibaki went to only 7. I think he went to only 7. But it has been very progressive. Let us leverage on his energy. Why can't we sit down, the people who are seated here, Nene, and process those MOUs, execute using the caucus of Mawaziri, Kule Council of Governors, so that things happen simultaneously across this country of ours, can be able to double those employment opportunities na mwosho mmoja. So Waziri, we are sending you. We are so happy that ako hapa. Sindio? So, right now, Chamber of Commerce is implementing a number of programs, and luckily for us who are in this meeting, things are just starting. We have funding from MasterCard Foundation in a program called Jinue Growth Program. Nani ameisikia? It is running in all the counties. Nani ameisikia Jinue? Hey, akima youth, kazi yenu tu ni TikTok tu, mukatiko. Please use the TikTok time also to find out information on opportunities that are available for you. So, Jinue Growth Program is multi-billion, targeting the young people. It has a little bit of bias on young girls. Lakini unajua maboy child, unajua kujipanga. Kwa kale ka 30% kenye kanabaki hapo. So, look out for the office of the chamber. Enda from a point of knowledge. I am here, nimejituma, nataka kukua champion. Wanini? Wakumobilize my youth, enroll kwa program. Tutakuwa kiongozi. Na kwani tunataka nini? Tunataka uongozi. So I'm giving you an opportunity, a blank check. You just write the amount you want, and you will remember me this day. We also have an agreement with Equity Bank, a serious facility, 200 billion. And it is coined around recovery from COVID. So, enda kwa ofisi ya Equity that is next to you. Sisi wote tuliafektiwa na COVID. Si unaweza jituma uweke ka ukweli kidogo hapo ka nini, ati biashara yako ilianguka. Si ndio? Na useme umetoka chemba. Si nimwambia muende mjitume. Ka uongo kidogo ni sawa tu. Bora usidanganyane yote yenye inakatazwa kwa nini? The 10 commandments. We have another foundation called Next Step Foundation. You can just Google. We also have nani wako in climate space? Who is in climate space? There's an opportunity for you from another group called Rainforest Alliance. They have funds. So you just have to know how to package an idea. And I thank the ministry. Karanja, my friend, I was also the Minister of Tourism in Kiambu. Si ametuelezea atatupatia makao for incubation, sindio? Where we sit down and bring out your idea, we help each other package, and we can host, in fact, we can have a desk for the funds that are available, the donors, the partners that are available, and I'm ready to champion that. Serikali ya Pakistan. Who knows about the Pakistan government? Apart from inaitwa Islamic State. Just Google the economy ya Pakistan. It is huge. It is huge. Pakistan can fund America, but they are quiet. We had a meeting with the ambassador, a very nice lady. The next meeting we should invite her, because she's been calling me and asking me, when am I meeting viongozi? And she said, Pakistan is situated between India and China. India and China have really conquered Africa. So now they are so intentional at doing things at 50% in terms of, ease of entry to support any business in this country of ours. We already have an MOU with the Pakistan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, inaitwa Federation of Pakistan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Big opportunities, ready money. Ni sisi tu tujitume. Si ndio? Yaani mumenyamaza tu. Ama ni kwa sababu inaingia? Inaingia? Are we talking? Are we headed somewhere? Long live chamber. Na ni chamber yenye hamujui. Akishuali. Anyway, kutoka leo si tumejua. Si tutajituma. Very good. You are all looking like very obedient students. We have an MOU with the UN Habitat. Unajua UN kuna kuanga na mambo mazuri. And this is looking at partnership in urban development and climate resilience. Si climate side ndio iko na pesa ile mingi. At the chamber tutakuja bora tu you are demonstrating uko na kakitu na kakongosity that is working. Tutakupanga bora usiende kutuangusha. There is a consortium called One Voice Consortium. This is for Kenyans in diaspora. Many of the Kenyans in diaspora, ukiongea nao, wanasema haki tulichoka kutuma pesa Kenya, kwa sababu mimi nilitumia brother yangu, akanionyesha nyumba neighbor anajenga. Akaniambia hiyo ni yangu. Nani amesikia kitu kama hiyo? Now, you can become members wa hiyo One Voice that is looking at just diaspora investment. Na Karanja alipeana, akasema, diaspora na agricultural ndizo zinaleta ile pesa mingi sana currently. So you can imagine if sisi tujitume huko, we become the organizers of the foreign direct investments into this country, hosted by the chamber. Si watakuwa na faith to send money to the country. In the process, sasa si tutajenga nyumba na tumuoneshe this is your house, na akikuja akute si vile alifanywa na brother yake ama uncle yake ama kufanywa ile kitu. KICC also we signed an MOU last year so that unajua KICC kadesk kama haka for 3 days. Unajua ni pesa ngapi? Expo. Girimagana. Yo nimeongea French. Nani ameelewa ninamaanisha nini? Girimagana is what? 200,000 3 days. So tumepewa opportunity 8th to December, si ndio? Tujitume tu hata kama ni ideas. Hiyo desk zenye Karanja ametuwekea KICC. Unasikia si ni for free? Ama utatulipisha tu kitu kado for free. Kai makofi kwa Karanja. Mnaona serikali inafanya kazi. Sasa mbona mnashinda mkisema serikali haifanyi kazi? Si sisi we don't open our eyes, we don't open our ears to hear what the government is offering. I love the strategies of the Ministry of Tourism, and I think that would be a good space because it's not crowded. Like now, how many of us know there's a Comesa Expo happening for 10 days? Guy Fafa. Do you guys live in Kenya? Hamujui? Na mnajiita SMEs? Kuna kule, is it Uhuru Gardens? And imagine for 10 days, the Ministry of SME was only charging 2,500. Yesterday, I don't know whether it's a TikTok I saw or it was in news. There are people who are selling 50,000, 200,000 a day. A day. Watu wenyewe walijipanga. Na nyinyi kazi yenu ni kulala TikTok. TikTok kudance. Mukatiko tu. Na kukatiana, kuingiana ma inbox. Balance these things, my friend. Hata unaingia inbox na uko broke, jamani. Aya, tuko na MOU na watu wa TikTok. Hello. Now, this is hope for you. Look for me, eh? There is an Italian organization that is funding access to finance, the digital space. Simuseme amen. And procurement. Inaitwa Itare. So it's Italian, it has good money for young people. So come to the chamber. Then of course the Chinese wameja. Si wanauza mpaka kuku. Ni kwa sababu ya kutumia MOU. Because we have an MOU with the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Na wanajituma. Si ndio? Ama hata wa Burundi. We have an MOU with Burundi. Si wa Burundi ndio wanatutengeneza makuta. Na ndio wanafanya hawking. Na nyinyi mnasema ati serikali wasaidie. Hebu tuamke. Afro Brazil Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Cape Media mnaijua, TV47. If you want to show something, kuja tu jiandikishe. Unataka kuonekana kwa national TV with a good idea. We have an MOU with Cape Media. For Gava na Professor, we have a big multi-billion opportunity, MICE, Karanja. We are putting up a MICE special economic zone in Thika on 25 acres that are owned by the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are currently undertaking the feasibility study, and I'm praying that Karanja, you'll give us this opportunity for us to come and do public participation on it. We are looking at getting all the qualifications for a special economic zone, including all those waivers. Waziri anajua amezielewa sana. So in that special economic zone, we are looking at MICE. Nani anajua MICE ni nini? Nisikuwe ninajiongelesha kaifafa. Iniwe tutu mkono nitasema ni nini? Yani hata mkono umtaki kuinua ikiwa unataka kujua. MICE is a tourism product, and right now that is what is earning us. You know, tourism is leading in terms of foreign exchange. Sindio? MICE is the product. So what does M stand for? Meetings. I, incentives. C, conferencing. E, expo. So within this SEZ, we will have facility. Ako wapi siyo ameenda? Ningemwambilia Kaburoti akuja jenge utalii hotel huko. So we have facilities for hotel, an expo center, which we are hoping will be back to back, like KICC or Sarit. We have an EPZ for young people. Once you do your things and they need to go to the export markets, they will be processed within the EPZ. We have a sports academy. We have a technology and innovation hub for you to come test and grow your ideas and transform them into bankable business ideas. We are putting up a 30-story Kenya Chamber Towers, and we are also putting up several hubs for SMEs. We are putting up a cultural center. Nimewambia chamber iko kila mahali. So we will have Swahili culture, Morema culture, Turukana, nini. And culture is also a big income earner. And it's also a good space for also building new skills, and also learning and understanding ourselves. So we'll be having also cultural exchange. People who come to our conference will also be having a cultural day where they showcase their culture. We will have a medical facility. We'll also have a furnished apartment and also apartment. So these are broties available for investors. So we are looking to mobilize 9 billion by next year today like this. And nasi kuringa, daktari, I am the champion of that. So ni mimi project leader. Nimepewa na Daktari William, okay. Hata wetu anaitwa Daktari, lakini anaitwa Eric. Lakini ni friend ya William. So tunaweza sema William na Eric ndio wamenipea. Sikujituma ni vizuri na kujichocha. We are welcoming all of us, including you, Waziri. We have started an initiative, chamber with women leaders, all convened at Africa Women Leaders Network. I'm sure Alice will talk about it. This is an immediately available plug-in space. And it's not a small initiative. So, boy child wenye wako hapa, hata kama imeandikwa women leaders, tutawapatia 30%. Na mtaongozwa na Karanja. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, makofi kwa daktari. Absolutely. I think if we gave Dr. Juliet the opportunity, she would have gone on and on and on. Now this one is for the young people, yeah? The first time I had an opportunity to interact with the chamber, I was like you. I mean, I was just like, yeah, hiyo ni kitu ya wanabiashara wakubwa nini nini. You need to go to their website and find out how you can be part of the chamber where you are. And listen, some of the opportunities they have are unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. I mean, the way she's making it look casual, everybody on that table and this table, there was just writing. I don't know if you noticed. They were just writing the opportunities. So it's time for us to take up these opportunities and find these pockets of space. All of us are looking for connections. You need, you're looking for somebody that you can know as G to do what. When we go for tea break, before you eat your tea, just go and serve tea and bring it to Daktari and sit down with her. Find out how best you can be part of it. And Daktari, you mentioned something about culture. There's a gentleman, what's your name again? From Hakuna Matata, right? Benson, actually, we were talking about, before you guys came in, we were talking about what do we do. Benson runs a dance company. And they only do traditional Kenyan dance music. So when you guys are opening your 30-story tower, or next year when you're signing your next MOU, please make sure you use Benson. He will not let you down. I can almost guarantee you that. Please, a round of applause for Benson, yeah? So Benson, make sure you see Daktari. Now, Alice, yours is even shorter. And please blame your friend. you know one thing, I don't know about Mr. Buff, I don't know about Nigeria. Yeah, there's, when you go for dowry, you need people like Daktari because she can price it down very well. So when my time is right, I will come. Please let's put our hands together as we welcome Alice Kirambi from Christian Partners Development Agency. Thank you.
Hamjambon, the officials of NED, our brother from Nigeria, Daktari from the Chambers of Commerce, Minister, Nairobi County Industries. We are so glad to be here as participants to this process. And I'm happy to be here and to let you know that I'm the former National Secretary of Maendeleo ya Wanawake, when it was Maendeleo ya Wanawake. And during that time, we were talking about women leadership empowerment. equity, mainstreaming gender. And all that time, it was about women's leadership. But now we have how many governors, women? How many? How many governors do we have? Elected? Governors? Elected? No, 3 women governors. Is it not so? Well, there are 7. No, there are governors, Kenya, elected. There are 3, yes.
We can name them, right? So one is
Oh, no,
Susan
there are 7.
Kihika.
You are right. There are 7.
Be?
Nakuru,
Wavinya Ndeti, Cecily Mbarire,
Barire,
Gladys Wanga. Who else? Kawire Mwangaza. She was elected. She was elected.
elected Anne Waiguru,
Dr. Anne Waiguru.
and Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga.
So 6.
So this is what Maendeleo Wanawake
7.
was able to achieve. Are you seeing what Maendeleo Wanawake was able to achieve? 7 women governors elected. The power of women. Now, we are talking about young people. Let's not just talk about the Gen Zs. How practical are we? But the problem is economic empowerment. And in NED, you are going to address economic empowerment. And how do you empower the talents Kenyans have in this country? The young people and the women. The women, in terms of gender equality, we have been able to achieve to a certain percent. But now we are talking about economic empowerment. Now, what I can just say now, because of time, and my sister, Dr. Juliet, has spoken. The women of Kenya, we have come up with a process in collaboration with the chambers of the Kenya Chambers of Commerce. In collaboration with the Chambers of Commerce and the Africa Women Leaders Network, we are coming up with a network of Kenya Chambers Business Women Network. And with this network, we want to ensure that the women get engaged in business, economic business. Now they get the power, not from the leadership, but the economic power. And once a woman is empowered, the young person is also empowered. And what we have done, we want to strengthen the economic empowerment and sustainability and resilience of the communities. And how do we do it? We are engaging with a number of partners to set the pace for economic empowerment in our country, to get engaged in trade, business. Recently, we had engagement with the United Emirates when they came to Kenya to discuss about trade, Kenya and the United Emirates. And we are coming up with a serious business of women through this network that the Chambers Business Women Network is coming up with. We will get business venture between Kenya, the women of Kenya, through this network, and the United Emirates for economic empowerment. And I'm hoping that the young people, when we get started, we will be able to network with NED and the Minister of Industry will help us to work together. And we have to have that consortium whereby we are interacting. Both the government, the civil society, and the business. And that is how a country can develop economically. And I'm hoping that NED, the officials of NED, will link up with us through Dr. Juliet, so that we come up with a strong, if it is a business or a trade we are engaging with the United Emirates, we have the strong support from the Kenyan government for us to move and to take off. Thank you. And God bless you.
Asante sana. Please a round of applause for Madam Alice. Asante sana. I think she's shared a lot. And of course, she's definitely a resource. I want you to, again, when we go through the break, I want you to make sure you talk to her. You know, and I say this with no malice whatsoever. When you hear about the United Arab Emirates and Dubai, you don't have to go and do those jobs, eh? She's talking about opportunities for us, especially the women that are here. You're looking to raise capital. You're looking for probably seed capital as well. You're looking for startup opportunities. You're looking for somebody to partner with. Talk to her. I mean, when that phone call she got here, I had the privilege to just see, it is people from probably Maendeleo that are calling her because of the impact that she's had. So I want you to make sure we're stretching it so that you can have an opportunity to hear, because once we exit this particular place, they are gone. And sometimes I believe God brings people into your life for such a reason. And there might be over 100 of us here, but we all did not come from the same house. And all of us know where our enterprise is falling short, or where we need to grow, or where we need to invest. And that's why I asked a little bit earlier, because I wanted to get context of what are we looking at? Where are we looking at? You know, and I'm happy that she has spoken. Now we have a gentleman that should have spoken a little bit earlier. I just want him to just wave atusalimie kidogo sana, 1 or 2 minutes. Mr. Amos, founder Lawi Africa Foundation, is a social entrepreneur, author, and a young Pan-Africanist. Amos, please, let's put our hands together. Is he here? I was told Amos was with us. Please, Amos, please come. Just, hi. You look amazing. I like your kimono. Yeah? It was really nice. Please put your hands together for Amos as he comes on up. Amos is going to greet us. We have 2 last speakers. One, I told you, is Hustler 002, because 001 is the governor. The next one, he traveled all the way from Lagos, I believe, to be here with us, to Abuja, the capital. So Amos, tusalimie kidogo. Salimia tu wananchi kidogo, tafadhali. Hapo tu pahali huko.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm late. I was in Kirinyaga, so I just got invitation yesterday, and I said I have to make it. We were doing some event in Kirinyaga. You and me can agree that the plight of boy child has gone down, and even right now, you can easily count the number of ladies in the room compared to men. So it's upon us as young people to stand up and empower both genders, not looking one side. Yeah, my name is Amos Onyango, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to us sharing and learning more. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Amos. Please, a round of applause for Amos. Thank you. We'll see you a little bit later, Amos. You know, at one point, Amos was just looking at Dr. Juliet when he was talking about the men, the butcher. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me distinct honor to welcome, to speak on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of this great city, Honorable Johnson Sakaja. Let's please welcome Dr. Anastasia Nyalita, who is the CCM Business and Hustler Opportunities right here in this beautiful city of Nairobi. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Please put your hands together for her. She's coming with good news. Karibu sana waziri.
Thank you. Thank you, Bwana MC. All protocols observed. Good morning. It's afternoon already. Good afternoon. Wow. You're very privileged, I must say. The kind of information and the kind of opportunities you're hearing today, I never heard of them in the past. Actually, as I hear them now, I'm saying that I must engage. I know we have tried to engage, especially the chamber. They've told me the challenge they faced, but I've told them what to do. Yeah, so that we can activate. And we're activating this for you guys. For the Nairobi City County, it is for the entrepreneurs, it is for the hustlers. And when we talk about hustlers, it is just the name that we're used to. Here we're talking about innovators, we're talking about the startups, we're talking about the small and micro enterprise, because we have deliberately, as a city county, and His Excellency has deliberately put a directorate of small and micro enterprises, medium, small and micro enterprises, to ensure that the startups are supported in terms of skills development, in terms of affordable credit. But I hear a lot of opportunities also with the chamber. So this is something also we are going to partner with them, because the good thing with the city county, we have a very good network across all the way from to Mashinani. And because we are the government, we have an obligation to partner with each one of the partners and yourselves to ensure that the economy of a city is uplifted. And it can only be done, that will only happen when each and every one of us is economically empowered. Whether it's a youth, whether it's a woman, whether it's a man, whether it's old, whether it's a young, isn't it? It's an all-inclusive what? Economy. Sindio? Yes. So my name is Dr. Anastasia Nyalita. I'm the County Executive Committee member for Business and Hustle Opportunities. And that sector is deliberately named because we must have an inclusive economy. Now, this is what is traditionally known in other counties and also national government as trade, industry, investment, markets, and cooperatives. Yeah. Unfortunately, tourism is not part of trade at the moment. It has always traditionally been, and I know I will be introducing them shortly, because I've had an opportunity to serve in where the tourism sector, culture and art sector is domiciled in the county. They educated me, I didn't know, and this is Susan here. She told me that tourism markets what? Culture, yes, and that's why they have to be together. I don't know how, I believed it because I ran that sector, because you cannot have the two separately. But allow me to introduce the team from Nairobi City County. If they could just be upstanding. They were very enthusiastic today, asking me, where are you? Can you come? And they only learned last night that one was coming, because then, luckily I'm also sitting in for the Waziri, who is on compassionate leave. So I have that dual role. So we have, maybe you can say your name. I don't know whether you have a...
So let me just bring the mics to them.
Yes, please. Okay. I'm doing this so that you know your point of contact when you go home from here, or whom to interact with. Susan.
Thank you very much, Waziri. I am Susan Mukuhe, Tourism, Nairobi County.
And Susan is so passionate about tourism that when she talks about Nairobi tourism and the circuits, you don't believe they're there until you see them and you experience them. So thank you, Susan.
Good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Julius Karina. I'm in charge of empowering micro small enterprises in the county. That's new director the Waziri has talked about. So be looking up to support you in all your activities in terms of skills and also access to affordable credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina, Director, MSME, Nairobi City County. He was not aware this event was happening. And when I came and I realized that we were talking about entrepreneurship, I asked him, where are you come? And here he is. He's your go-to. Please clap for him. He's your go-to on matters, micro, small enterprise. Okay, middle, medium, small, and also startups, right? Yeah, so it's a very important directorate. I'll just mention a bit of what also, some of the things that they're doing. I know the MSME conference, ESC MSME conference was mentioned by one of our colleagues. We are actually more or less co-hosting because of the host city. And myself, His Excellency, the Governor, myself, and Karina have been on that. Excellency and the President, day before yesterday, but Karina has been there because he has a team on the ground. Again, to host the East African MSMEs, and you should go there actually. And by the way, from CBD, CANCOM, starting from today until when they close on 16th, there are free rides, there are free matatus. So when you go there, you find they have a banner that reads East African, ESC Trade Fair, which ends on 16th of this month. So please, go there and see what the other countries and also what other people, other MSMEs are doing in Kenya. It's very, very insightful. I went there, I didn't feel like coming out. Very interesting insights you can pick from there on the opportunities that are available for you and give you ideas on what you can do from a business perspective, but also important to connect. Yes, next.
Hamjambo. Kwa majina ni Wainaina. Nafanya kazi na idara ya vijana, Youth Affairs Department. Na tulikuwa pia mojawapo ya idara ambazo zilikuwa zina mobilize participants, so we are grateful even to see the turnout, that mobilization was not in vain, but even more importantly that whatever is coming out even from what is being shared, it's something that we will be able to apply in our different spaces. So asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, and he's in a different sector, which is headed by a different Waziri Mulama, which is youth sports. It's called TLC, Talent, Skills Development and Care. In that we have education, we have the youth. So because all of you are youth, there is your go-to person. And sports is also in that sector. So please connect with the county government. So is there anyone else from Nairobi County? All right, good. So I just want to probably also address a couple of things that came up. Of course, there's a mentorship and partnerships that was spoken by Mr. Ken, the Speaker, National Youth Parliament, and congratulations. One of the things that I have learned, and the reasons that a lot of us are here, is because when you're called, ukitwa, uitike, sindio? If you're invited, do what? Show up. But speak up as well. And then engage. And don't... one of the things also I've seen with the youth, which is something, not youth, well, growing up, is that you find people stereotype. Please don't stereotype. You can learn from the young, you can learn from the old, you can learn from any youth, yeah? But more important, offer to serve. Because by offering to serve, you will learn a lot. You will gain a lot of confidence. Like Mr. Speaker here, I'm sure you were not like this a few years ago. But every time you come for such, and thank you for coming all the way from Kisumu, you will go very far, I can tell you. Yeah, it reminds me of my young self. As I was telling you, I'll tell you my story. But what I do in terms of mentorship, one of the things I also learned with mentorship, you don't have to be attached to somebody. Yeah? Learn from people's experiences. Learn, observe people, connect with them, engage with them, interact with them, offer to serve. In the process, that coaching, and sometimes it is tough love because we can see the opportunity, but you're not seeing it. Yeah? So when you're given very tough feedback, and my team knows, you will appreciate it many years down the line. You might feel it very, 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 very like you want to beat that person up or they don't care. But you will, with time, you'll actually realize just how important that that feedback is, you know? Or you're given a very tough task, yeah? I think it's one of the leaders, I don't know, I can't remember his name offhand, but he says, if you're given an opportunity, please just jump in. You will figure it out later. Sawa? Don't start saying, oh, I don't know. By the time someone tells you, gives you an opportunity, they know you can do it. Maybe you don't know that, you can't see that side of yourself. So you're given an opportunity, just jump in, you'll figure it out, or you will learn as you go. Sawa? So don't be afraid to lead. Don't be afraid to do what? To lead. I do coach, but mine is very virtual. Yeah, it's like I'm saying, don't be too, because again, my passion and someone else's passion is very different. Yeah, there are things you can observe that work for you, some do not work for you. So you figure it out as you go. What really, it's got to be your passion. It's got to be something that, you know, just, I don't know what to say, but it's got to be natural. Yeah, but observe, see what, right from the president all the way down to, you know, the church, you know, the politicians, the professionals, the what, then your life will be shaped up. So, and then avoid complaining, please. Avoid complaining, and also like one of my previous colleagues says, or speaker said, whining, look for the opportunities, don't wait for them. I mean, how many, you are about what, 100, 200? And we know the story of the chamber, for example. How many more don't know that opportunity? So try and also research, you've been told. And reach out, don't be afraid to reach out. They say feel the fear and do it anyway. Sawa? Please do not be stopped doing something because you're fearing. Actually, if it gives you, if you feel fear, then it means that it's transformational. So just jump in there. Sawa? I think those are the things I wanted to speak about. The MOUs that we spoke about. You know, the world is changed by just 1 or 2, 3 people. Eh? Come to Nairobi County. We will be your role model. We will be a pilot county. I can tell you, for as long as I'm in the trade sector, I will make it work. Let's do it. Sawa. So now, I want to also to tell you what we do in this business and hustle opportunities. So we have markets and trade. And the markets and trade is basically, you know, I have 3 chief officers. Maybe, again, you may not know how the government, county government is organized. We are just a mirror image of the national government. We have the governor, then we have the waziris, then we have the PSs, or permanent secretaries, who are called the chief officers, the accounting officers, and then we have a directorate. So the directors are technical leads. Yeah, it's very important for you to understand that. So in business and hustle opportunities, we have 3 subsectors, which you can say that like 3 state departments, which are headed by PSs. I'm just trying to make it whatever. So one is trade, markets and trade. And in this we have trade licensing. So we license all businesses in the county. Yeah, all businesses in the county, irrespective of their size and shape. Yeah. Then we have weights and measures, basically to ensure that the quantity of the products that you're buying are what is declared on the packs. Then we have trade and industry, which is where your trade linkages come in. Our work with the chamber is very important here. Linking traders to the market, that's something we have not been very successful at, but I know with you know, collaborations with KNCCI, KEPROBA, among other government agencies, we will be able to scale that up, because also we're looking at having a platform, which I know, I think KNCCA, you have a platform for linking traders and MSMEs to both local and international. So those are collaborations that we need to leverage. Then we have, and also we have, you may not have heard about what we call the county aggregation industrial parks, common user facilities, where we want to set up centers of expertise where you can come and with specialized, you can come and manufacture your goods and go and sell them. So, you don't have to have a factory to manufacture. Yeah. Then we have markets. We are building 20 markets, which is, the last markets that were built in the country were in the 80s, so they're about many years ago. We have 54 of them. Majority of them are mainly in city center, Starehe, Kamkunji, and a bit of Westlands. So His Excellency, the Governor, is constructing 20 markets. 50% of those will be launched at the beginning of next year. It's very exciting. And by the way, within these markets, we have those innovation centers. So we also have free Wi-Fi. So we also will have spaces where you can, depending, you can, we have an allocation criteria for the stalls. If you get a stall, you just pay rent, which is minimal, but then you can trade. So it's basically giving you modern, dignified trading spaces in our markets. We are building 20 of them, as I've said. So 10, national government is helping us, is constructing for us. 10 we are constructing. We will be launching that. You'll see a lot of activities at the county beginning of next year, because a lot of the projects, flagship projects of the governor, will now be completed. So watch that space. And business and hustle opportunities, we have gaming and betting, which is an interesting area that we are also responsible for regulation together with the national government. We have liquor licensing, which also includes rehabilitation of, those and control of, what do you call it? Abuse of liquor and things like that. But also we license the premises. And then now we have the directorate, which is headed by Karina, the MSME. But more important is another subsector called cooperatives. Cooperatives and SACCOs are the backbone of, I think they give a very good competition to the banks. It is more than $1 trillion industry in Kenya, and out of that, trillion shillings, out of that 60% is in Nairobi. So, and now we are at a stage where now we are going to be responsible for even registration. It is devolved, but the registration has always been done by the national government. Of course, there's a level beyond which, for asset base of more than 100 million, then the regulatory part is done by the national government. But you know what SACCOs are. They're very good alternative to banks in terms of affordable credit, savings and affordable credit. So that's how we're organized. I'm telling you this so that you can know where to plug in and how to plug. But allow me also to read a written speech that just gives you a perspective of our county and the message from His Excellency the Governor. So His Excellency the Governor, Honorable Johnson Arthur Sakaja, sends his warmest regards and his full support for this vital initiative, and I'm honored to represent him today. Thank you for the invitation. To the organizing substratum of the National Enterprise Development Initiative, our partners from Tour Operator Society of Kenya, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, Equity Foundation, and all the other collaborators, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, thank you for championing our youth and women. To the esteemed participants, our 400 vibrant youth and women entrepreneurs from Nairobi metropolitan counties of Kajiado. I know Kajiado, they've given their apologies. Machakos, Kiambu, and Nairobi. Good afternoon once again. Yes, so a city of opportunity, that is the governor's commitment. As the County Executive Committee member for Business and Hustle Opportunities, I affirm that this event, the Youth Entrepreneurship Mapping Workshop, is a tangible realization of the Governor Sakaja's manifesto, a city of order, hope, dignity, and opportunity for all. Governor Sakaja believes that the true engine of Nairobi's growth is the innovation and enterprise of its people. This workshop themed harnessing the entrepreneurial potential of youth and women is perfectly aligned with our vision of empower the hustler economy. Nairobi must be a place where big dreams and even those small, promising ideas can thrive without unnecessary hurdles. And to make that even easier for everyone is that we have what we call the Unified Business Permit, which basically allows you to open and pay your, register your business and pay your permits at the comfort of your desk. You don't have to visit City Hall as it has been done in the past. And then you don't have to have different permits for fire, for food hygiene, for single business permit. It is one permit that combines everything. So makes life a lot easier for you. Other permits, like if you're dealing with alcoholic drinks, you still apply it through the same portal, but the business permit is a prerequisite for all the other permits. So we have digitized the entire process of business permit application. The pillars of opportunity connecting NEDI to the manifesto. The governor's strategy focuses on transforming Nairobi into an economic powerhouse by investing directly into our human capital. Your shared focus areas are the very sectors we are prioritizing to create sustainable and inclusive city. Tourism, wildlife, and conservation. Our manifesto commits to revitalizing the tourism sector. Nairobi is the only city in the world with a national park. The only city in the world with a national park. What an opportunity that we need to leverage. And we see youth in tourism as key to marketing and preserving this heritage. Digitized economy and ICT systems and technology and innovation. We are building Nairobi into a smart city. Our aim is to simplify licenses, as I've just explained, and reduce red tape, ensuring that young tech entrepreneurs have the freedom to innovate and plug into the digital economy. In terms of agribusiness and blue economy, we are championing urban agriculture and innovative food system to ensure food security and create new markets for our youth and women entrepreneurs. And those in the agricultural space, we will be recruiting soon. In our website, you will see specialists in the area of agriculture and the food system. So look out for in our website for the advertisements, which should be done in another maybe 2 to 3 weeks or thereabouts. So by around December. But you can connect with the colleagues that are here to let you know when those advertisements are going up. Community health, peace and security. A safe, secure and healthy county is the bedrock of business. We support enterprises that promote community well-being and stability. Sports, arts and culture, recreations. We are focused on turning creative talents into professionals, profitable ventures, ensuring artists and creatives can earn digitized living. And also I want to highlight that we have studios that have been constructed and also being constructed in the 17 sub-counties where the youth can go and record their music. Yes? So we have two already. So we've been joined by the lady we call Miss Nairobi. Maybe you can introduce yourself.
In charge of, good afternoon. Stella Kemunto in charge of City Culture and Arts. As Waziri is saying, we have 2 studios already in place. One is in California and another one is at Kabiro Ward.
And for those of you, I don't know if you remember DJ Clement of Calif Records. He's the county chief officer responsible for culture, arts, and tourism. Yes. So again, those with so tourism is Susan, culture and arts is Stella, and we call Stella Miss Nairobi. Please connect. We have a lot of opportunities in Nairobi. Even ask them about these guys, what the governor did when he came into office. He allowed, the young people to do photography for free on Sundays. I know they've extended it beyond Sundays, but tumesema tu tunawa support, sindio? Connect with the team from Nairobi. We also note the focus on energy and mining and leadership and governance, and which are vital for a stable economic environment. Yes, by focusing on these areas, you are not just building businesses, you are mapping out the economic future of the Nairobi metropolitan area. As I've mentioned, some of the enablers from our side, we have the Biashara Stimulus Program. Again, Director Karina can tell you about that, but this one is about affordable credit and also capacity building. You know, we can give you money, but then the money is gone tomorrow. But we're looking at how do you sustainably use that money to scale up your business and to make that money multiply. So even as we give you the discounted, single-digit loans, by the time you qualify, then you also have to have gone through a mentorship and capacity building program. So we are not just giving you money, we're also holding in your hands. Another enabler I mentioned is the market. I've also mentioned the industrial park, and I've also mentioned the unified business permit. So what is our call to action? To the 400 entrepreneurs gathered here from Machakos, Kiambu, Nairobi, and in absentia, Kajiado, the Nairobi City County Government is committed to facilitating an environment where your potential can be fully unleashed. We are simplifying our system to support your growth. I urge you to use this training at Utalii College to embrace the spirit of synergy. Connect, collaborate, co-create. Your success is the governor's success and the success of this great city. We look forward to seeing innovations that will spring from this workshop. And with this, I thank you and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for Waziri. Makofi kwake Waziri tafadhali. Asante sana Waziri, thank you very much. Na tafadhali salimia gavana na mwambie ngumi ni mbwekse. Ama ni ngapi? Ngumi ni ngapi? Bwana nionyesheni bwana. Ngumi ni ngapi? Asante sana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, I told you, I came here just because I'm part of you and I wanted to hear your stories. Now, I didn't get you. Your name is from tourism. Susan, I want to connect you to someone. Where's the gentleman from tourism? The one that has an app. So that gentleman has created an app. He told me about it a little bit earlier. And he's using his app to link guides in the city with free travelers or single travelers, or people that did not travel as a group or people that did not travel with an agency. So he has an app, like an Uber for guides. So if anybody wants to go and see archives, and she can tell you about the route and where you can visit and how you guys can definitely link together. So please make sure you go and see Susan at lunchtime so that you guys can discuss and find out how best we can actually make Nairobi one of the best and most visited cities in this country, right? Congratulations to you guys. Well done. Now, everybody that's come here has constantly mentioned the chamber, the chamber, the chamber, the chamber, the chamber, the chamber, the chamber. The chamber has buildings, the chamber has 25-acre plot. Let me call Dr. Phoebe. Just 1 minute. Tell us about this chamber.
Hello, everybody. Comrade power. Am I on the right track? Now, in a very short way, I'm Dr. Phoebe, a director at the chamber. Thank you, Daktari, also. But the chamber, what we do mainly, and we will talk about it more in the afternoon. The first thing we do is we make you be aware of what you're doing, your business. You understand your business, how you can do it, why you're doing it, what is your why in your business. And then number two, after we have known about your business, we train you. And not just in how to do that business, but also in other areas. The first area is, of course, the business knowledge. Number two, how do you keep your books? Remember, everybody you're going to talk to will want to see how you've been performing, how you have been carrying out your business. So we'll teach you on how to keep your books properly, such that even the banks and the institutions we are talking about, you will be ready once they come knocking. And then number 3, we market your products. Mnasikia chamber, like Waziri has said, there's somewhere people are exhibiting their product. Someone is selling to the tune of 200,000 in a day. We market your product. Chamber is a platform whereby if you're a business person or if you're aspiring to be one and you're not in the chamber, I think you're not in business. So we market your product, brand visibility, we make sure that you're visible, and not just in Kenya, globally. We have started with people from the list, and now they're doing their business internationally. And then the other thing we do is advocacy. We really advocate for anybody aspiring in business and after business. And that's why you see we are having very good relations with the Kanjo. Ama? KRA. Chamber can knock any government office. The government office, we work in synergy, in collaboration. They are good people. If you go to them in a good way, they will listen to you, they will collaborate with you, and you'll be able to do your business. The other thing we do in chamber is policy. If you're a business person and you don't know which policy you're working with in your business, chamber is a place to be. Another thing we do is we travel the world. Yes, and not just as tourists, but also in business. And you see we're in collaboration with the tourism. So as we are selling Kenya, we are selling our products. We are going to sea, and we are coming back with money in our pockets. So how do we travel? We have trade missions. We are working with the embassies. We are working with the donors. Any donor who comes to this country, after they have finalized with His Excellency, the government, the next step is usually at the chamber. Right now, you have heard what Daktari has said, 80 MOUs. Actually, there are 220. 80 untapped. And those people are looking for people to work with. And the reason why we are here with NEDI is because now NEDI is looking for that talent, that business, that opportunity, that idea. Once we get to know about it with NEDI, what else are we going to do? All those investors, all those embassies, everybody who wants to collaborate, we can be in a position to vouch and say, we know about business A, we have walked a journey with business A, and it is true, they qualify for this amount. So that was just short. In the afternoon, we'll collaborate more. Thank you very much, Lawton.
Thank you very much, Director, Daktari. Please put your hands together for Daktari Tafadhali. No, she has an amazing session immediately after, because we're going straight into lunch, and Moses is going to be helping us facilitate. I'll introduce you to an amazing gentleman called Moses in just a little bit, so that you guys will find out how the afternoon moving on is looking like. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's be on our feet shortly. 1 minute, just stretch a little bit. Let's be up on our feet. Just 1 second. We've been sitting for the last almost an hour. It hasn't been too long, you know. Just stretch a little bit, stretch out. Now, yes, perfect. Beautiful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to get ready. Ambia jirani yako, please, usiniangushe. Mwambie nisikie, mwambie usiniangushe. Bwana tuko na mgeni na mkiniangusha leo. So I want you to get ready to formally invite or welcome our keynote speaker this amazing afternoon. And to help us, just remain standing to introduce him. Please, I'd like to welcome back Mr. John Nene Jaoko to do the formal introduction. Once he comes up, ndo tutaweza kuketi chini. Please, makofi kwake tafadhali.
We can sit. Thank you very much. Since I introduced myself as the founder and the CEO of NEDI, I've been just thrilled by the speeches from our guests. And there's something that Professor said about me. It is it is a question I've never gotten an answer to since I was a child. Because every time in my learning systems and in my business life and in my social life, especially in my school life, I've always been top of my class. And when the teacher is calling whatever, this year John Nene is number 1, he would also say, this boy is never serious. So I have been asking myself, what is being serious? And this is a question I've never answered until today. So I'm used to it. And everybody who knows me know that I move very fast and I get things done. But my life is never serious. I don't know how. So yeah, I'm putting these questions to you to just help me why I'm always top of my class, but I'm not serious. So if somebody can answer that for me today, I can get an answer to that. Okay, just now, that was fast.
You know, if you've done, was it physics or chemistry? There's something called entropy. And entropy is what? Is the highest degree of disorder. And that highest degree of disorder is where you thrive. And you can never thrive in order. Yeah? That's where innovation comes in. That's where you're free to think. That gives you your maximum level of energy. So it's purely, no, it's okay. It's very good. It's a good space to be, so keep it up.
I got the answer. Thank you very much. Now, I want to introduce my friend, Bafa Saleh. He will bear witness. This guy, I met him. Musinione tu hivi. There's one day I just said I want to be the president of Kenya. And I was very serious. So I launched my bid. And you know, when you are young and you say you want to be president, you are elevated to the few who want to be president in the continent. And that is Bobby Wine, Malema, and the rest. So I just found myself there. As she said, I ran to the world. And I bumped into my friend in Nigeria. And we didn't say much because it was about time for breaking the fast. It was Ramadan. He gave me his card and he said, Your Excellency, we will talk because I'm going to break my fast. It's evening. Then I came back. I was a bit demoralized. All my peers thought that I was crazy. The number one person who thought I was super crazy was my mom. So when I was there thinking, what can I do? I got a call from him, and he said, Your Excellency, we have organized our first ever the National Youth Conference. And then he was working with the ruling party under the President Buhari, and he said, we looked around. We wanted to invite Malema or Bobby Wine, but then said, why not? There is a young upcoming president from Kenya. And then I said, my brother, I think this is the craziest thing I've ever thought about. I have no money, I have nothing, I don't want. And he said, Your Excellency, don't worry, your ticket, your COVID, everything is taken care of by you just show up. Go to the airport and, you know, these Nigerians, they don't give you time to process. And the next thing I was lifted to Nigeria on an economy. I didn't know I was the president. So I was just there with my laptop bag. And the security came. They were in some yellow, some big guys. And they say, where is the Excellency from Kenya? And I was like, oh, it's me. And then, you stupid Excellency, what are you doing? Take him to the VIP. And I was there in the VIP, given coffee. I got my visa on arrival. When I stepped out of the VIP, there was a convoy of brand new Prados. One was assigned to me the entire time I was there. And there was a police car, and there was a chase car, and I was just with one of my friends. I wanted to take the photos. Anyway, he appointed me as the keynote speaker in one of the biggest conferences I've ever attended. I think in my entropy journey, that was the most difficult time of my life. I tried to call a friend, please write me a speech. You know, Kenyans, when they can't do something, they just go silent. So that is how I met Buffer, and over the years, we've been very good friends. He's introduced me to so very many networks. He is a businessman, he's a serious political strategist. There is a billionaire who came and joined the party and bought everything, and now they are in the opposition. But he's still the one running the opposition party, and I know if they trust his strategy, because they're the guys who drew APC. APC was All Progressive Congress. They brought all the small political parties and they took power. And he was one of the head strategists. And I know now that he's in the opposition, he's just planning to come back. You know, when you are used to power, you don't want to stay in the cold. So he's really working very hard to go back to power. One thing that Buffer will bear witness is that Kenyans, we are very silent people. Nigerians are hot. Like, the hall where I was like twice the size of Kasarani, and you can imagine. I was just standing there. First I told them, now, I told them one of the reasons why they are very agitated and strong and noisy, these people eat a lot of pepper. If you go, we went to one restaurant and we tried to talk to the person and say, please, do you have a mild, do you have something that is a little mild, that has no pepper? And do you know what he did? He asked the whole restaurant, Oga, do you know anything that food without pepper? And they, no, food without pepper. So I think you've seen a very big difference with Kenyans. These guys don't keep quiet. So anyway, my friend Buffer, I called him on a very short notice, and I said we are having our first workshop for Nairobi Metropolitan. And as you know, Dr. Karanja will bear witness, we are going with these mapping workshops countrywide. A lot of development partners are coming on board, and I wanted him to come and work with us. He will also be in the panel to tell us how we can partner with in African continent with other youth, progressive youth, leaders and entrepreneurs. With all those remarks, I don't know how best I can introduce my friend, but I will stop there. Mr. Buffer Saleh, please come and talk to the youth. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on previous protocols, I came in almost 3 a.m. today, so I'm really tired. I normally don't read speeches, internalize them and talk, because I'm not only a political and business strategist, I'm also a public analyst and speaker. I speak in events, so this is what I do. So I can wake up and still do it, but I'm really tired. First of all, I think I would like us to give 1 minute of silence to the late Baba, Raila Odinga. He's someone that we respected even in Africa, not here. It's not easy to be in the opposition. I've been in opposition, and he has been in opposition for a long time, and he has done a lot for developing democracy in Kenya. Nobody is perfect. Everybody has his plus and minuses, but we have to respect him and give him the due respect. So please, 1 minute of silence for Baba Raila Odinga, please.
Ningeomba tusimame.
Thank you very much. That 1 minute is not taken from my time. Thank you. The young people here, people still call me young, but I'm not young anymore because I know how the space is already choked up with people at that are 45 and above that still claim to be young people. We can be young at heart, but we have to leave the space for you to take over. Please, I would like you to be taking notes of some of the information that I will give you. First of all, please, organizers, next time you're doing an event, it's not for women and youth only. People with disabilities are very important. There is ability in disability. They are very important. And some of us that have worked with donor partners, people with disability is one of those sectors that they always look at. So please, next time, people with disability should be here and should be represented. Thank you. So like I said, I will read a speech. I don't normally read, but please do bear with me. I want to talk about youth engagement in Kenyan politics, a catalyst for entrepreneurial growth. So initially, I was supposed to speak in the morning. I was supposed to say, habari, asubari, asuburi. Anyway, that word is in Hausa, one of the languages I speak. Asbahi, it means morning. And also in Arabic, subh means morning. So there's a lot in common. There's a lot of things that unify us. Don't let people divide us. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow young people, it is a great honor to stand before you to speak on a subject that defines the future of Kenya, youth politics and entrepreneurship. Kenya is a young country. Yes, not just in years since independence, but in its people. Over 75% of the population is under 35. And 70% of those are under 22 years old. That means the majority of Kenyans are not just the future, they are the now. History teaches that every great national transformation begins with the youth. Raised in purpose. Today, we live in a world where energy of the youth is shaping every corner of society. We are the generation of innovation, technology, and social change. But the big question remains, are we using our potential to lead, to govern, to create? The question that I ask you. Politics is not a distant game played by a few in suits. Politics is the heartbeat of society. It determines our education, our economy, our freedom, which is very important. Politics is not just about elections, it is about decisions. And those decisions determine whether a young entrepreneur in Kusumu gets access to affordable credit, whether a digital startup in Nairobi gets proper internet infrastructure, or whether a farmer in Muru can find markets for his products. When young people disengage from politics, we surrender our power to shape those decisions. But when we engage as voters, as policymakers, as advocates, we become architects of an environment where entrepreneurship can truly thrive. For too long, young people have been told that politics is dirty, that leadership is for the older generation, but if the youth refuse to lead, we leave our future in the hands of those who may not live to see it. We must therefore rise, not just as voters, but as policy shapers, campaigners, and change makers. We must engage in civic life with the same passion we bring to sports, arts, social media, because when the youth enter politics with integrity and innovation, corruption declines, inclusion grows, and hope is restored. But political change alone is not enough. The youth must also be builders, entrepreneurs who create value, jobs, and opportunities. Entrepreneurship is not just about profit. It's about purpose. It is about turning ideas into solutions and problems into opportunities. Today in Kenya, young entrepreneurs are already rewriting history, from tech, startups, transforming banking and healthcare, to creative ventures, reshaping culture and entertainment. Governments cannot employ everyone. I repeat, government cannot employ everyone. But Kenyan entrepreneurs can empower everyone. When we innovate, we don't wait for permission. We create the future ourselves. Kenya's youth are creative, resilient, and ambitious. Kenyan youth are coding apps, building startups, running farms, and leading social enterprise. To further support the youth, we must go beyond social media discussions. We must register to vote, join political parties, attend public participation forums, and demand for accountability. Now imagine what happens when politics and entrepreneurship work together. When policies favor creativity instead of bureaucracy. When governments invest in innovation hubs and startups funding. When education prepares young people for digital economy. When we occupy political spaces. When we make it possible to pass laws that promote innovation and create partnership between governments and the private sector. This is how political participation becomes economic empowerment. A youth-driven economy powered by good governance is unstoppable. But this will not happen by chance. It will happen when young people occupy both the political space and the marketplace. My message to youth of Kenya is simple. We cannot fix the economy if we ignore politics. We cannot fix the economy if we ignore politics. Sawa sawa? We cannot demand opportunities from leaders who do not help elect or hold accountable. If they know that you have not elected them, they will not be accountable to you. They will not help you. But when they know you have the power to put them in office and to remove them from office, then they will be accountable. And then they will do what needs to be done. Let us be the generation that stops complaining and start campaigning, not just for votes, but for vision. Let us bring our entrepreneurial mindset into politics. One that values results, efficiency, and innovation. Because entrepreneurship and politics are not enemies. They are partners in nation building. My friends, the world does not change because we wish it to change. It changes because ordinary people decide to act extraordinary. Let me give you an example. A Ugandan Indian 2 weeks ago went to America and won the mayorship against all odds. Even winning the primary ticket, beating a two-term governor. The man is 33 years old. He was born in Kampala and moved to the US. And within this period of time, he was able to become the mayor of New York, beating Cuomo, who was a former governor. If he can do that, why can't you? You have to have, when people tell him that you cannot win because you're African, you're Indian, you're Muslim. But he went there to the city that has the biggest population of Jews, and the conservative Jews still voted for him because they were tired of the same thing that politicians have been saying for years. They wanted social justice, and that's what he promised. So I challenge every young person here today, be politically aware. Vote, volunteer, and speak out. Be economically active. Start something, no matter how small. Be socially responsible. Lift others as you rise. Because the future is not something we wait for, it is something we build. If Kenya's youth engage meaningfully in politics, we will unlock policies that empower creativity, reduce barriers to business, and make our economy inclusive. When young leaders shape political decisions, they create a Kenya where a dream in Kabari or Kokomagi can grow into a business that changes lives across Africa. So let us rise from the ballot box to the boardroom and prove that youth engagement in politics is not just about power, it is about progress. In conclusion, the youth are not leaders of tomorrow. You are the leaders of today. Let us combine our energy, our creativity, our courage to build societies where politics serves the people and entrepreneurship drives prosperity. Together, we can build a Kenya. Every idea counts. And every young person has a chance to thrive. If we dare to dream and dare to act, then the story of our generation will be written not in complaints, but in creations. Thank you. So I just want to talk briefly on a few things that are not in my speech. First of all, I think Madame raised something about Dubai, that they have an MOU with them. I was in Dubai 3 years ago, and I was in a taxi with a very young Kenyan man. There's something in Nigeria we call Japa. I think some of the young people know, whereby young people with a lot of potential leave the shores of their country, go to Western countries to help develop those countries. It's a brain drain, and it's a major problem for Africans. It's not a Nigerian problem, it's an African problem. And the same thing with Kenya. This young man that's driving a taxi has a master's, but he's driving a taxi in Dubai. And I told him, how do you find life? He said, well, he is at the moment, he is a slave in Dubai. Because, unlike many countries, you park wrongly in Dubai, they will charge you $2,000, which in turn you have to pay, and you cannot leave the country because once you get to the airport, it will show you have to pay that money before you leave. So he is paying that debt for 5 months. He's not been able to pay, so he's not doing anything for his family. So young people, stay in your country, develop Kenya, develop Africa. Kenya has to start a policy called Kenya First. You will see people coming from other countries and you're giving them licenses easily, but the Kenyan will probably want the same license and you will give him headache. You will say that he has to bribe you to get that license. But the white man will come, or the Arab or whoever will come and pay for it and get it very easily. We have to help each other to build Kenya, to build Africa. She mentioned Pakistan. I went to a trade fair in Pakistan last year. I was amazed what these people can do and what they're doing and the opportunities that are there. But there's one problem. Just like the problem we having with Pakistan and Nigeria to do trade, we have the same problem in Africa, where I will discuss it later. The dollar is our problem. Why can't we trade in our own currencies? Because we cannot trade in our own currencies, it's very difficult. Our central banks don't have enough dollars. If you try the CBN, do you want to import something or export something? It's very difficult. We have to start looking inwards. And Pakistan, Vietnam, there's so many other countries. We don't have to go to the West. These Westerners have been looting our resources for the last 600 years. They might come with a suit and say they like you. But the truth is, we have to like ourselves first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our keynote speaker. Makofi kwake tafadhali. I think he deserves better than that. Please put your hands together for Mr. Bafa Sulaiman Saleh. Makofi. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, sir, for, of course, pouring yourself in that speech. But most importantly, sharing with these young people that they need to love their country first. And I'll just say it on a light note, what you said that we need to have a policy called Kenya First is actually the slogan of the current ruling party. Call it Kenya Kwanza. If I didn't know you any better, I'd think they sent you. But thank you so much, because you said government cannot employ everyone. But we as entrepreneurs can empower everyone. Thank you so much for that. That has stood with me. And ladies and gentlemen, have you had an amazing time this morning into the afternoon? Was it worth it? I think it's time for us to break for lunch. But before we do that, I'm going to welcome Moses. Moses, please come on up. Moses is going to be our facilitator this afternoon. Please, a round of applause for Moses. Looking amazing, looking dapper this afternoon. Now, Moses is going to be taking us through three actually, different sessions this afternoon. So Moses, just tell us how the afternoon looks like as we officially get ready to hand everybody here over to the chef.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Moses Ochieng. I'm honored to be here with you today. So in the afternoon, basically, we're going to just come. We're going to have more sessions of interaction. We're going to start first with a panel, where now you're going to listen deeply. You're going to ask some questions more to Phoebe and Dan here, people from various sectors with us. And after that, again, we're going to have now more of discussions. We're going to be divided in our groups. We're going to indulge. So I really hope that we're going to be as fast as possible over lunch, so that we have an amazing session in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Moses. Thank you so much for that. Now, we're going to have a brief photo session that's going to be done here.
I know that afternoon session is going to be very tough and rigorous, and maybe we might miss an opportunity to know the NEDI team, the board members, who have really worked hard to make this event a success. I'll just invite them here, and they can just say their names, and then we can break for lunch. The
board?
NEDI board members.
Board members. Iko watu wawili watajintroduce sasa mwajue kwa nini wamekaa hapa.
Good afternoon. My name is Awa Milimo, board member at NEDI.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Wycliffe Mirina, board member at NEDI. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We meet again. My name is Dr. Anne Phoebe, board member, NEDI.
So Phoebe, you know very well, is the anchor and he sits on that massive center for business. These two are wonderful entrepreneurs. You need to talk to them. He runs, I don't know how many companies, and is the Kenyan representative of the South Korean government. Mr. Mirina here. You know, entrepreneurs don't speak much. They think too much. She is from Tour Operator Society of Kenya. She sits on the board. And she runs a very beautiful tour company. You will interact with her to know more. So we met in very aggressive circumstances, but God has brought us together. Thank you very much.
So actually, before you take a seat, let's just take a picture. So let me ask anybody from the hotel. Ikitu inaka aisongi. Okay, it's moving actually. So we can have, please, you can help me. So we can just move it towards me so that we can get as many people as possible. Yes, I'll have Waziri join in the next one. So let me just have one for the board first. And then Waziri and my guests are going to join in just a little bit. All right. You can smile, guys, by the way. It's a success. So you want to smile? Thank you very much. Asante sana. Then I'll ask our speakers, all our speakers to join up. Amos to come on up. All my speakers to just come on up so we can have everybody in. So Mark is unfortunately not here. So Ken, Babu, Amos, Professor Mohammed, I think he's left. Alice, thank you very much. Dr. Juliet, apologies for that. We can have Mr. John Karanja. And then, yes, Mr. Bafa Suleiman. Beautiful. Thank you, we go. And then my final picture, all my invited guests that are here as well. You got a special invitation from us. Guys, you can smile. You can look at the camera and smile. There we go. This is my final picture. All right, all my invited guests, I'll just ask you to join in this picture as well so that we can all of us be in one large, big family picture. This is the portrait we're going to be hanging and saying this was our first ever engagement with the young people of this beautiful republic. And from here to all the 47 counties plus. So please, let's all join in. We can actually have, some of us can sit actually. So our chief guest, Waziri, can sit and then the rest of us can actually just shimmy to the back. So, beautiful. So I'll ask Waziri to sit down. I can have, of course, Mr. John Karanja to take a seat as well so that we can be able to be with this. We should look for a seat for Waziri. Please, tafadhali Waziri to take a seat. All right. All our representatives from the county as well to join in this picture. We can balance a few people on this side as well. Kameramani iko sawa? Isonge tena. No, it's fine. I got you. We're good? Okay. There we go. We should get it. You can smile. Yeah, there we go. I take smiles this afternoon. Cameraman, when you're happy, just give me a thumbs up. I'll be content with. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may kindly all take your seats. Makofi kwa utafadhali, all our distinguished guests. Now, for the rest of us, over lunch, we'll have a special, and I'll want to work with my cameraman just to, let me just move this to the back so that you guys can, sorry, director. Utaniambia tunaweza piga picha wapi nje, sio? Perfect. So we'll just follow you as we head on out. Now, for all my VIP guests, at this juncture, I'd like you just to pick whatever you came with. Waziri, thank you so much. We'll invite you for lunch. We have a special location for lunch. They'll usher you on that particular side. Thank you so much, Waziri. I'm really grateful. All my guests, all my invited guests, please just carry what you came in with. We'll ask you to exit the facility first, and then niko na mkutano kidogo na wananchi. Tupange mambo yetu ya lunch tafadhali. So Director John, asante sana. Thank you very much. Amos, we'll have an opportunity to listen to you a little bit later, of course, right? Awesome. Thank you very much to all our leadership present. Now, let's just give them a few minutes just to exit. Thank you very much. All our board members for NEDI, we are requesting you can exit so that we can allow everybody else to just join us a little bit later.
Innovation that you guys have. That being said, I'm trying to buy time so that our last panelist can come. I'm trying to buy time so that our last panelist can join us. How many so far have been able to enjoy themselves since morning? How many are excited? You're excited to to share your ideas with us, right? Yes. Can we have extra microphones kindly for the panelists? If you could have each of them to have a microphone. Microphones? Wenzenu wameenda wapi? All of a sudden I feel like the hall is not full. What? If you have a friend who's not here and was here in the morning and is outside, please just let them know that we've started so that they can join us. All right, all our panelists are here, and I'd like to invite Moses to introduce our panelists so that we can, I am going to be the timekeeper for this particular session so that we can go into the meat of why we are here, right? Yes, okay. Moses, Karib.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying put. I kindly request you to stay silent as we start off. As you've heard, my name is Moses Ochieng, and I'm so glad to be a moderator of the session this afternoon. So I will quickly start with a very quick introduction of my panelists. I don't want to do repetition, so I'll just give them one round as we get through this session in line with the theme of strengthening the youth and women potential in entrepreneurship. So I'll start off with Amos.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Amos Onyango. I'm the founder of Valley Africa Foundation that is focusing on upskilling, reskilling, and scaling. And also I'm an author of 4 books. And most of it that I love most, I'm a social entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos.
God is good? And all the time? That's his nature, eh? My name is Daniel Mbogwa. I'm the chairman of the Tour Operator Society of Kenya.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Anne Phoebe Njage. I am a director at the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and I'm chairing the Women in Business Committee in Nairobi.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. My name is Jonathan Dede. I'm an ICT consultant. I work with a company called Deep Work Consulting Group.
Good afternoon. My name is Baffa Saleh. I'm a business and political strategist and public speaker, and also executive director of an NGO called Initiative for Transparency and Accountability.
Good afternoon. Vijana, good afternoon. My name is Charity Munyori. I'm a senior manager at Equity Bank in Women and Youth Banking. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Should you give one more round to all my panelists this afternoon? Thank you. So just in line, we're just going to be so quick with this panel, but I hope you're going to learn, we're going to indulge, and come on with our questions as well. So just to our first set of questions, we all know we are so much focused into strengthening youth and women, and also in building industry synergies. So I just want to know, in your sector, how can you strengthen youth and women entrepreneurial potential, especially through innovation and cross-border synergies? And I will kindly request Mr. Dr. Ann to start us off with this question, followed by Dan and Buffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses, for that question. And how we strengthen them, the businesses in our sectors. First of all, Chamber is multi-sectoral, not just in women, not just in the youth, but we are across all sectors, across all the 47 counties in Kenya. So what we do first, we equip you with the knowledge. So we usually have a lot of trainings where innovation is concerned. And then we have also partnered with the bodies like Konza, who are doing a lot of innovation, and they're having trainings as well. So we train you on how to put your business in the day-to-day system, how it is working. And then another thing is that we have innovation hubs. So once you're able to be part of us, we tell you which innovation hub you're going to belong to.
Yes, innovation and or computer technology is one of the things that are actually moving the world as you speak. And we well know very well that before computers came into being, humans were the factor of production. But now when you look at the factor of production, you realize that entrepreneurship and technology is part of that. So as young women or young women and men entrepreneurs or people who are coming to the field, one thing I would tell you for sure, that for you to come into that space, first you have to have try very hard to get yourself a computer and also a cell phone. Those are the gadgets, because in Kenya alone, CAK said that 85% of the population now are accessing information through smartphones. And the network penetration through Safaricom and Airtel and other carriers have also reached a very high level. So trying to be in the business of innovation, one, you have to realize that, is there a problem? You take that. Yes, there's a problem. Is there a solution? So that's where you come in. And in that solution, can you make money in that solution? If you cannot make money in that solution, that's a hobby. So I know there are a lot of platforms, or there's a lot of software that are being developed there, but don't go with it because it's a hobby. Go with it because it's trying to solve a solution. People make money because you're innovative and you are trying to give solutions to people. So we are going to a lot of data, or data transformation, or digital transformation, where everything, if you do not catch the plane now, or you leave with the fastest train, meaning that you are going to be the guys who will be suffering. As they say that AI is not going to deny you jobs, but people who have knowledge of AI will replace you. So that's the best way to catch the train of innovation and AI as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that. Buffer, please. You have an input for this?
The same question. You want me to answer the same question? Two people already have spoken to length. I think one of the problems that we have, I'm sure that you have the problem here, is funding. So access to funding is something that's important for startups. And then also another problem is licensing and taxation. Governments, most of the time, overtax businesses, especially small businesses, and also over licensing. You're doing one single business, but they ask you to get 3-4 different licenses for it. So these have to do with policy of government, and I think those have to change to make it easier for startups, for young people and women, especially. And even if there are waivers, they're supposed to provide waivers for young people and women, so that it's easier for them to start up a business and to start making profit before government start taking from them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buffer. Now that you've answered, you've started off our second set. We have addressed more of how we strengthen through innovation, partnership. And now you've mentioned some of the challenges, which actually, what are some of the challenges we are facing in our industries? And now how do we address them? You've talked about the funding, and you've talked about the waiver as a way to. Are there maybe other things that are happening, and what exactly we have as an industry still on you, Buffer, to this?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. You want me to elaborate on the answer
Yes,
I had?
exactly.
Okay. Well, you see, I think some of the problems that business owners or startups are having, it's generic all over Africa. Let me give you an example. Cost of power. Providing power because of the cost. It's something that really doesn't allow you to make enough profit to survive. So power has to be improved. These are things that a lot of them have to do with government and have to do with policy. That's why when I initially spoke, I spoke about women and young people making sure they're in government so that those policies can change to make it easier for them in the different sectors. Also, lack of information. I think my older sister here brought different opportunities out there, but I bet 99% of people in this room didn't know about those opportunities. So information is very important and is key. So sometimes the agencies do not do enough to bring out those information. So you have to look for the information. You have to Google. You have Google. You can go to the agency and ask. So I think young people and women have to start finding out those opportunities, because some opportunities are there. You will hear that, oh, there was a grant of $5 million and not up to 10% of it was used, and you have to return it to donors. So it's very important for people to find out information. Information is key. But if you don't have information, then you're in darkness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe before we hear from Ms. Charity Mwaura from the foundation side, I would give Amos maybe a take to let us know what are, as a socialpreneur and a youth advocate, what are some of these challenges you've what do you have in terms of solutions or towards helping the young people really get into the space? We've talked about the partnership, we've talked about the innovations. These are people that are rich in knowledge, but what is it that is so lacking that is yet to be done in terms of all they have in the sector? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. First, I will start by echoing what you have said. The problem that Kenyans are facing, the Kenyan youth or Kenyan entrepreneurs, is the same as the problem that other young people are facing outside. But let me focus on myself, for example. I'm on the ground, and mostly what in our country, which I've seen, is that we elect people who are not on the ground. We elect people who claim to be youth and they're not youth, and they don't channel the ideas of youth. So at the end of the day, our agendas, the young people, are not well taken care of because somebody somewhere chose to reward their loyalists. So that is one of the things that we really need to look into. Like, if a young person is doing farming, let that young person be elected or nominated in the same. Let it not be somebody who has taken years and then the person claims to be youth at heart. We need to start living by this practical example and not expecting to do things the normal way to get the actual result. If you go, for example, from a youth in Mathare, they don't want to listen to all these written policies on the books and all this. How will I manage to sell my little avocado? I'm in the creative space, and creative space is one of the areas that people look down upon them. Like, for example, if you see what I'm putting on, somebody has spent time in making what I'm putting on. If you see the artists who are drawing, they have spent their money in doing it. But if you talk to a typical Kenyan who apparently buys a jersey for even close to 200,000 Kenya shillings from Europe, it doesn't want to buy the same product at that amount just because you're a Kenyan. So we need to start making these practical example to at least inspire the young people. Young people are not getting this inspiration because a young innovator comes in and there is somebody who feels that whatever he has made is not good. They will only come when there is now, you have already thrived. They are seeing in social media. That's when they know about you. That's when they want to take photos. They want to take credit where it doesn't deserve. So number one, I know I have short time. We must remove the bureaucratic system. There's a lot of bureaucracy. Like for example, when I was registering my organization in 2019, it took me 2 years to get my certificate. Not because I couldn't get it on time, but because I couldn't smile well in my pocket for some people. So that needs to stop. So if you want to make young people to rise in their social entrepreneurial journey, then we must make system works for them. Look at Rwanda. I was there. And system work, there is nobody who will ask you for bribe. So young people are getting agitated of these small things. Make things easier for them. If I want to register a company today, somebody in Kibra who can't afford that 10,000 shillings is able to register his own idea. Some of them are not well informed. Look at our government. We spend a lot of money in terms of creating awareness. And yet this information don't go back to the people. So another thing is about information. Let's make this information accessible. Yes, you want to give us funding. You want to give youth funding, which I must appreciate. And I think Equity Group Foundation and under the group of GNU, I think, they've also been trying this. It's something that I really need to appreciate. But let us empower young people as early as when they have not started thriving, so that they know how they can spend, how they can save, and how they can make the business sustainable.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, Amos has started the real conversation, and he's just told us we really need people on ground to come and lead. And I don't know if that is really what we need, but just a start of it. So maybe I think we get it from the tourism sector. How is it on the side? Is it the same as these other social entrepreneurs are saying it, or how different are you doing it in terms of addressing the challenges that are available on ground, and how are you working through these challenges as an industry? Daniel.
Let me say everything they have said is probably an answer to the question you asked, because the problems are the same in the sector. However, for us, if I was to say how we would want or how we think it should be addressed is, for example, tourism is a very interesting hands-on industry. You must know what it is you're doing. So my take would be, first of all, the curriculum taught to the young people here should be from the ground, from experiences, from people on the ground, people who know what it is they have gone through to start a company. We have opportunities to have panels like this for them, where they can actually ask what it means to have a company, what it means to register, and hurdles we go through, you know. Two, mentorship. For us, mentorship would be key, because you must really know the product you're selling. How does this mentorship happen? We have something we call farm trips, where we will take students or interns to safari at our cost to show them what a safari looks like. So that is not an experience that's openly available. But I would wish that was introduced, because we are a community that is very AI. So you can actually Google and sell the experience, but you really do not know what is on the ground. So for us, mentorship of the students should be made available. Maybe open a forum where the universities can be able to allow business people on the ground to come and have a class, so that they can actually ask questions. And then for us as companies that are already existing, uptake students and give them internship, where they can actually go through the whole experience and see how we do it ourselves, so that by the time they decide to come out and start their own companies, then they already have first-hand experience on how to do it.
Thank you so much. And you're just saying it is easy said than done. So action is so much important. And maybe I think I'll move to the Equity Foundation side before I go back to Dr. Murray. You've heard about the challenges, and it's just like as of 2024, over 3.8 million Kenyans were listed on CRB. Majority of them are in the business side. The same thing there's a research actually recently that states that business now in Kenya, most of the MSMEs, they would hardly survive the past 3 years. What is really happening, and how are you now coming to address both what he's talking about as Amos in terms of giving opportunities to the youth and really the real people on the ground? Like he's just said, it takes so much time for something very easy to come and to be approved. How about a funding if only registration is a process? So maybe on your side, what do you have to say on all this as we continue with our conversation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said earlier, I'm from the bank side. Equity Bank, that's Equity Group Holdings. We have Equity Bank and Equity Group Foundation. So the foundation delivers on the non-financial matters, the social, the wings to fly, the enterprise development, the innovation bit of it. And then they pass the customer to our side, and we deliver on commercial bit of it, where your question lies, but just to help you understand how we sit in the bank.
Thank you.
So personally, I'm active on both sides, because with the women and the youth, they need both financial and non-financial support. So allow me to just say that I really appreciate the feedback from all the other panelists, which again answers a bit of your question and raises the next. And just to say to the youth, when it comes to listing, wengi wamelistiwa hapa juu ya Hustler Fund. Ama ni gani? Ama ni mshwari? Iyo. Yeah, so it's all, it should not worry you. The most important thing is, what did you do with that money? So I want to believe there are people who started businesses with a 1,000, with a 3,000, and today they are not at the 3,000 point. They have grown. Yeah. Personally, having done, having been an officer and done banking for over 23 years now, I've seen people grow their businesses even from nothing. You know, just your name. You trust me as charity. You give me your goods. Sinafanyika hata sahi. You give me your goods worth 5K. I deliver in Moi Avenue. I sell at 6K. I return your 5K. I'll have made 1,000, right? So it's about your character, yourself. What's your name? Is it somebody who can be trusted? So you can start a business even from negative. Just your name. The other thing is about the amount of capital that you need. I really appreciate the kind of proposals the youth are writing, even the women. But then, when you want to start a business at 100 million, 100 million, urudi uieke kwa USD, na tunaomba pesa Kenya. I've seen all those proposals. They are good. But what I encourage the youth, let us think about starting small. There's nothing wrong with starting small. You'll still get to the 100 million project, right? But start small. Ndio najua unataka kufanya ile project kubwa ya irrigation sijui nini. But situanze hapa kwa ya basin, ya dam, ya tuende hivyo tukiendanga, si ndio? But then we start here, you make all the mistakes. By the time you're at the 100 million irrigation conversation, sijui kitu gani, you'll have done away with all these small challenges, and you'll understand your project better. Then the other bit of it is, kindly let us get mentors. There's nothing wrong with you having the correct mentor. If you're in agriculture, focus on a mentor who is in agriculture. Don't say your mentor is in IT. The way he did great things and angukia 200 million, 100 million. Deal with the one who is doing agriculture. They already know the cost of fertilizer. They know when the government is giving free fertilizer. They know when the seasons are off, when to export avocado, when not to export, when not to harvest, when to have. You understand? So it's very important for you to get the correct mentor. And a mentor is not a competitor. So when you're talking, allow yourself to be mentored. Don't feel like this is a competitor, he just didn't want me to do well. Your pressure weka chini. funzwa biashara, naelewa biashara. And biashara is not in AI, and I don't go to Google where is the best place to sell avocado. Go to the one in Nyamakema pale ama akueleze about avocado. The one in export, they'll tell you which country is buying when and which country does not want which avocados from which country, or you understand all these things. So it's good to have the most, a mentor who is also informed so that they inform you, and you should not make those mistakes others have made. With that, you end up growing faster. The other thing is to have a plan. You must have a plan. You're starting your business now. Where do you want to go? In 10 years' time, where are you seeing yourself? So you must have a proper plan, and a proper plan is anchored on a proper research. So don't just do copy-paste. Our place, businesses fail because I see you selling meat, and I feel, where I open mine. Then somebody feels, your motura yako atasi your motura. She opens again a butchery with motura now. You see, his was not offering motura and dania. Mine I came opened, I offered dania and nyanya. Then now this one has come, offered dania, nyanya, motura. You understand? So let's not copy-paste, do your research. Probably it's the same meat, but how it's offered, the whatever cuttings you're selling, the pricing, how you place it, you understand? So it's very important for you to do a proper research from end, and then you align yourself with that. Now let's come to banking. I know Kenya, we are ahead when it comes to innovation, mobile banking, and everything else. Even Equity Bank has the Equitel, which settles your money in the bank account. Now, when it comes to credit score, we look at your activity of the bank account. And that bank account can give you all the way to the billions you look forward to having. But then we know when we use the mobile banking, it is good because it helps us with moving forward on financial inclusion. But there are limits. And that limit, I can give you, let's say if you have a business worth 10 million, if I give you 100,000 credit, does that help you? It doesn't, but you're still banking, right? On that mobile platform. So it's good for you to activate your bank account and always engage your bank to understand where you're going so that you move this journey together. I know the other question will be, then what? You've come to borrow. Kenyans. Mbele hata niongee hivi kichwa yako ready nauliza tatoa wapi security? Collateral. Don't be cheated. Today credit is not about the collateral that you have. This country, Equity Bank, we have quite a number of partners. We have MasterCard that is partnering with us all the way from the group foundation to the bank side. Yeah? We have African Guarantee Fund. We have IFC. Even the one at the farthest corner of this country, the one in Dadaab, the one in Kakuma. All these people are qualifying for loans. And even they don't have even an ID, leave alone you who has an ID. They're from other countries. But IFC has come in and it's saying, we need to make these people independent. They need to sustain themselves. So we start teaching them what is money. You know money. As we start teaching them what is money, they start businesses. They grow their businesses. We are still here waiting for collateral.
Wow.
So let's stop that conversation of collateral. And I'm not talking about any other bank. I'm talking about Equity. Come in, let us see your ability to pay. What repays a loan is not a title deed. It is not a logbook. What repays your loan is your liquidity. How much are you today? If I give you a motorbike today, for example, one that is very common out here, wajanilipa ni wa marketia. So that common one, you know it's an electric bike. They are paying 206 shillings per day. So how do you qualify for a motorbike? It's because your account is active, right? And then you pay on daily basis. You employ somebody else and somebody else. You'll not be given a loan because you have a zero balance account. You'll be given a a loan because your account is active. So you can have 1 million, you bring your title deed, and I'll not give you a loan. Reason? It's not active. I even don't know what you do with that money, that you even have no plan. So it's important for you to activate bank accounts and do financial education. The last one I'll talk about is financial education. It's important for you to enroll for financial education. This is free of charge from all Equity branches. You just sit, you come in as a group, we educate you. Yeah, you just collect a number of youths, women, even men. We take you through financial education. That is on a physical, like you sit down, we do the physical class. And you also have an option of enrolling online. The IFC Goldman Sachs 10,000. Still with IFC, we are educating you, and you do it, you face it by yourself. You know when to study, what time, and within 5 months, you can talk about this financial education A to Z. But it's important for you to understand your business, know where your business is going, and as Equity Bank, we are here to support you. We have over 218 branches countrywide. So all the youths in this country can access Equity Bank, and we will support you. We listen to you, we understand you. And when you see Charity from Women and Youth Banking, I have my colleague, maybe she can wave. We came to listen to this youth conversation. That's Selina. And we have Cynthia from Equity Group Foundation. The three of us, with the departments behind us, with the sectors, manufacturing, agriculture, education, health, oil and gas, we are here to support the youths of this country. And on top of that, we've said, we want to have sports, we want to have creative arts conversation. So I think we'll leave this conversation so that you help me curate something. And also the Digitech. Where are you? Where can we place you? And we are ready to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Those are very, very great insights. Thank you. Thank you. So we've heard more about the challenges, very great pointers from Charity there, from the foundation side, very practical and ethical practices for those who are thriving and are upcoming. And I know just within our audiences, we have people still that are interested in coming into the space. And I believe that getting from this, there's so much to learn from. And I hope these are one of the things that are going to address some of these challenges we are facing. But still with that, we are having a very high rate of unemployment. So even if you are educated, you're still going to sleep with your degree. Buffer just shared the other time somebody with masters on a taxi in Qatar. On the other side of entrepreneurship, we've just said we have over 60% of Kenyans who are relying on loans. And out of that 60, a majority of them, we said how many percent? We said 3.8 million are listed on CRB. To mean there is access to credit, but there's a problem somewhere. People are having masters and degrees, but they are busy jetting out of the country. So I think this is the last set that we are having on how are we able to address. It means there is something somewhere we are still not doing right. Am I right? There is something that is really missing. So I will give it up to Dr. Phoebe, please, from the chamber. I know chambers have also partnered with a lot of financial investors in terms of just empowering the MSMEs. But there's still something somewhere. Yes, Dr. Jagi.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And what I would say that is, even based on what we have heard from him, from all the panelists, what is lacking is lack of well-informed information. Like the people who are seated here from morning to now. Everybody is saying, what you told us, we didn't know. What you said, we did not know about it. We did not know about this. What Charity has said, I know a lot of us here didn't know. It is lack of proper information. Like, let me start by handling what he talked about in matters of youth. He said there's a young person in Kibera who has an idea, but they are not able to smile well from the pocket so that they can be able to register that company. That is the information out there. But once you come to the chamber, chamber is the voice of everybody, from the least to the topmost. You'll come with your idea. You'll tell us, we are doing this and this and this, and we would like to know how we can proceed from there. Chamber will hold your hand from how you can register that business. Let's say it's creative. How will that creative be able to give you money? Because you're not registering it for fun. You're also looking for a source of income. How do you turn that idea into profit? That is the chamber. Then after that, we take you through trainings. And we have partnered with, even Equity is part of our partners. And all what they are talking about, Charity is talking about, you'll find that any person, any business person who has come to the chamber with such a question, yes, we will help you from registration, and then after that we hold your hand, we connect you to the financial institutions who are going to teach you. One thing is, they will teach you, once I start doing this, she has said you need a mentor. You need to be mentored by someone who has been in that field. In chamber, we have people who started long time ago and they are on this other side. So when we are having those networking moments, we link this person who's starting a business with this person who has already made it in business. The mentorship she's talking about. You will be able to put you together with the person you need the most to know where you have been making a mistake in your business, how you can correct it, what you need to correct it, and how you'll go to the next step. So I can say the biggest problem we are having is lack of informed information. And it is upon each and every youth and woman in here, and men, to know where exactly can I get the information I need. And this I will lead a question to everybody. Who has ever been to an office in chamber here? Any chamber office? You see? And all this information is in the chamber. So let us be very proactive. Let us be able, the chamber is in the 47 counties. Let us be very, very proactive. Let us knock those doors. Because those offices are there for us. We are meant to be able to go and knock that door and say, my name is so-and-so, I am in this industry, how do I make it? And I am sure you're going to get the right information. You go knock to a certain office and say, I want to do ABCD, but there's this hiccup here. How can we go about it? That's where advocacy comes in. We come and tell you, this is where you're not doing it right, or this is where you're doing it right, but this is where you may have missed the mark. How about we work together? All that is happening at the chamber. So what is lacking is informed information, of which we are able to offer from onset to the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So just a quick one to buffer. You mentioned about the state of Africans, people that are very full of knowledge, people are very learned, but they are not able to excel here. So maybe what would you advise in terms of the do's and the don'ts? Because I believe somebody with such a study level has a lot of knowledge and information, and I believe we can't lack opportunities here. So what can we do rightfully at home without really having to cross over?
Okay, what you can do at home in Kenya without crossing over to Europe or out of Africa? Which one are you talking?
To Europe or overseas.
Okay, I'm an advocate of neighboring countries to be doing business and to be working together. I'm from northern Nigeria, and there are trade routes that come to Kano from Libya that are over 800 years old. So I know there are trade routes from Mombasa to Dar es Salaam to other places. These are routes that we are supposed to revive. Before the colonial powers came, we were doing business with our neighbors. And those businesses somehow they divided us into different, a white man sat down somewhere in an office in Europe and started just cutting Africa how he wanted. So I know definitely within those borders between Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and the rest, there are people that had businesses that they used to do, but because of the what you call the barrier now, those businesses are not there anymore. And the opportunities are so much. There are things that you will find here, you might not find it in Uganda. There are things that you find in Uganda you cannot find here. And you started to think, okay, trade by barter is one of the things that we used to do. And it used to be easy. You take salt to somewhere else and you can wheat. This is something that we have to start thinking about in Africa, trade by barter. Since they have made it so difficult for us to do business because of we have different currencies. That's what I said earlier, that we have to stop thinking about using the dollar. As much as it says that normally disappears, even presidents when they say that. But let me just talk about generally. Gaddafi, for almost 20 years, he was trying to unite the Arabs, and he saw that this is something that would not happen because there's too much interference. He came to Africa, and he started thinking inwards, okay, let me do it with my neighbors first. So it's very important that the East African countries, like for instance now, you have a visa that I can use to, if I get a visa of Kenyan visa, I can go to Tanzania, I can go to, it's very good. It opens up the tourism industry because it's just like the Schengen visa now. When the world is becoming a global village, when the West are opening their borders, we are tightening our borders. It's very difficult for someone from Kenya that wants to go to South Africa to get a visa. And he might have good intentions, but they have made it very hard for him to. But then an American or someone from Europe is going there, they will say, oh, you don't even need a visa. Doesn't make sense. We make it so hard for ourselves. We have to start making it easy. Yes, I know it's not easy because of politicians are the reason why we have other issues. Because, oh, he's Kikuyu, he's Luo, no, he's a Muslim, he's a Christian. All of these are labels that the white man has emphasized on us. I feel there is a need, we have to make it what's the word? A must. For instance, now, there must be a reason why importing from Tanzania to here, what are the barriers? They have to open it to find out, okay, if it's easy to bring in, it should be easy to go out. So the laws we have to start making laws that are almost the same within our geographical regions so that it's easier for us to move around, to do business. And tourism is something I told my wife 2 years ago that you people are not going to Europe anymore. You'll be going to Kenya, you'll be going to Tanzania, you'll be going to Egypt, you'll be going to African countries because I don't see anything special there because we have tradition, we have tradition and we have culture that the mistake we have done, if you see the Chinese, you see the Indians, why is India now moving forward? Because when the white man came, they did not lose their culture. Their mode of dressing, their food, they kept it. But us, generally in Africa, all of us, you see us in suits. I would want us to come to a platform like this and all of us will be dressing in our traditional attire and speaking Swahili. In those countries in East Africa are supposed to make it the national language and make sure that in primaries and secondary schools, science subjects, art subjects are taught in their native languages. I just want to make some point. Why is China developing? Why is India developing with the population of 1.5 billion in India? Because they teach everything in Urdu, in their language. But we have to teach in English because we learn in English. I was listening to a program 2 days ago in Nigeria and I was angry. One man was there saying that, oh, we should stop, everybody has to learn English because that's a universal language. No! Why are the Chinese doing well? They come to your country, they don't speak one word. And they even come and invest in your country, but they're speaking Chinese. So there's a need for us to start looking inward, and what is ours is ours. What China or India did was, okay, they took the information from the white man, but they kept what they wanted to keep. But us in Africa generally, we just took religion from the West, and that's it. And our culture, everything, we threw it out. Even the mode of farming. Now there's GMO going around. You know about it. And you might... In Nigeria, this GMO issue happened with... We have the best ginger in the world. But 3 years or 4 years ago, we started having issues because of GMO. They brought some seedlings from outside, and now... Before Nigerian ginger, you cannot even put it in your mouth because it's so strong. But now it's just normal. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that what is very important for us to intentionally start teaching and learning our cultures and started to use our cultures and start to look inwards. We should stop looking outward. Because what this English that we're learning is doing is the Japa syndrome that I talked about. You learn and become a doctor in English, and then you go to the West and you help build the economy. Instead of you to stay and build your country. Like for instance now, like I'm still talking about this, there's no reason why sciences are not being taught in Swahili. At least, because there's so many languages, but the Swahili is a language that many speak. Just like in our West Africa, Hausa and Fulani is a language that many speak. In North Africa, many people speak Arabic. That's what we need. But you see, the countries, even Turkey, intentionally you go to Turkey, they speak English, they will not speak English to you. They will speak Turkish to you. So what I'm saying is that one of the things that I feel is important, we have to start speaking our languages and start acting as Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are great insights. Very, very great insights. So as we move to my last question to Dan, before I move over to you, I would have wanted to give Charity time to maybe action on the question, but I think you will respond with the questions to that, because I know there are so many questions that are coming on your side based on now what you said. So maybe Dan, in your industry, we just talked about the unemployment situation and also the sustainability of those in business. What are you guys doing to address, one, the unemployment situation? Because I know this is one of the industries that we've seen many people that have just came from other industries, some with sciences, and came over to tourism, and they're excelling. What is it that now you're also encouraging or doing differently, that people are able to excel regardless? Thank you.
In tourism, I think I've read something somewhere that for those people who have succeeded, they have succeeded because they have sat on the shoulders of people who have been there before them. One of the things we do in tourism is, as I said, mentorship. We're able to take interns from university, bring them in, teach them what it means to run a tour company. And from the knowledge they have there, they can be able to start their own companies. We've been able to partner up with organizations like NEDI, like Chamber, you know, because these are bigger companies than the associations we run. The association I am in, the Tour Operator Society of Kenya, has about 250 young Gen Z started tour companies. These are people who were employed in one of our companies, learned what they needed to do, then we guide them to go start their own company, guide them in how to get licensing, how to get loans, how to buy vehicles, because we use special vehicles in our world, and we are able to hold hands. We don't necessarily just concentrate on women and youth. It's open, because we actually have people who have retired. They have no idea what to do with their life after that. You know, so what we do is, in our industry, it's very easy for us to just mentor, hold your hand, guide you, employ you, put you in as an intern, guide you, show you what you need to do. There are many online booking systems that have come up that we allow for trainings. Just 2 days ago, one of the newest, biggest ones in Kenya called TriPlay just did a free training for any tour operator who was interested in learning how to have a system that will do bookings for you. So even if you don't know how to do bookings yourself, they've introduced a system that you can actually key in. I have two people who want to go to Masai Mara and want to go for 5 days. The system calculates that for you and tells you what the charge is. And this system even puts in a logo for you for your company. So it's becoming very easy for somebody to actually start a company in tourism, and with no training, just go through, not with any training, but with a little training of software, like somebody said, an AI, you can be able to successfully start a company and be able to give accurate quotations that you can actually give to clients, and they'll actually buy from you. However, the beauty is this: we are readily available as leaders in the tourism sector to actually hold your hand and show you how to go through all that. Like she said, it's information that is lacking out there. If you're to take advantage today, as you're seated there, and get names and numbers of the people in front of you, these are people who can actually guide you. Even in Nigeria, the richest man in the world comes from where?
Nigeria.
It's not a joke, right? And you can see how they also stick to their culture. So take somebody who will mentor you. Don't be scared. Anyone who has taken time to actually come and sit here today is a person who considers NEDI very important to them, and considers the education you're learning today also very important to you. Most of us are here because our hands were held by people who have gone ahead of us. We would be willing to do the same for us. So when the panel discussions are over and their group discussions, make sure you take numbers of people here. I've also taken numbers of people I didn't even know, like Daktari. I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to follow up. Nimesikia kuna pesa huko. I'll follow up. But that's exactly what you're doing. Mentorship and guidance is easily available for us. And in such, we shall be able to guide even the next generation to be able to run successful tour companies.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan. Dan has just given us a hack. If you want to venture somewhere, you don't need too much. You just need to get yourself into AI and ask questions on how to do 1, 2, 3. And maybe one thing you're getting that is so constant, regardless of the industry, that we need to get a bit of training, mentorship, and partnership, because it's only through capacity building that you are able to excel. Don't sit in that hole yourself. And yet there are very many people out here that are ready and available to come and help. So we will take 3 questions before we close, because I will be so unfair. We will just take 3 questions. If anyone has a question to the panel, there's one there, there's the second one and the third one. Yeah, please, you can just come forward or have the mic passed.
Hello, my name is Dalton Omondi. I'm a student from Kenyatta University. I have a question. I actually had 3 questions. I hope you could allow me to ask them. The first one is to Dr. Phoebe. Forgive my ignorance, but how can we be more involved, directly involved with the chamber outside of, without having to deal too much with the chain of command? For example, right now I can talk to you directly, but dealing with the HR is usually not so good because they give you very little information. The second question is to Ms. Charity. You went through the proposals. I'm interested in what would you advise as a capital raising strategy for a company or a business? How much should someone aim to raise? If you raise too much, it may not be useful. And you could also put yourself at the hands of venture capitalists who will mess you up. So what is your advice on if your company is at this stage, you should aim to raise this much, on and on. And finally, to Buffer, I'd like to know from your experience, especially in politics, what motivates the decision to prioritize funds in a given sector? I ask this out of curiosity because we see our government, let's say they have about 20 million shillings and they take it to a church, for example. And in my head, I wonder, why don't you take this to a university or to the youth and say, who has ideas? We give you these funds to build something. So what do you think motivates the prioritizations of funds, and what would be needed to make it such that that prioritization is useful to the youth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Clive. I happen to be a writer based here in Nairobi, Kenya. And I also think of myself as a thinker. Now, my question is to the ICT person, Mr. Jonathan, and perhaps to Dr. Phoebe. Most Kenyans are very, very agile. Let me say agile, or they are, when you're jittery. Most Kenyans want to make that cash very fast. And I'm talking about the youth. The youth want investments that go from 1 million, from 0 to perhaps 10 million in 6 months. And that is quite true. And that is also quite true of some of the investments that we have. We have two types of businesses. We have vertical and horizontal. You have businesses that move from 0 to 1. And we know about these particular businesses, the Facebooks of this world, the Twitters of this world, businesses that move from 0 to 1. Now, if I'm to go to the streets there and start making chapati, that's a very horizontal business, which will actually take a very long time for me to actually even build a home. So now, how do you do this balance? The youth want money, and they want the money very fast. But then again, you're advocating for that long, that ile azamani ile, that traditional way of doing business. So how do you draw this particular balance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And let me start with the gentleman from JQuat. KU, sorry, from KU. Thank you. What we do is that first we are available everywhere, starting with online. And you know, nowadays every person has a phone which can get into a space online. And our responses are prompt. And I can just tell all of us here, if anybody has any question, you can go to the platform, your chamber, either through the website. And now, when we talk of website, each of the 47 counties, each county has their website. So it depends on where you're talking to them from. So once you go to the website, you'll be able to ask the question and you'll be directed accordingly, and it will be taken up from there. So is to the social media, to the LinkedIn, to the Facebook, to the Instagram and all that. You will be able to be guided. You don't just have to see the senior person. And if it is that person you want to talk to, from how you're going to ask your question, you'll be guided accordingly. And now, for a young person, we have programs which start from the campus level, from the university level, from the idea level. There's something we are doing with the universities. What are we doing with the universities? It is, we are going to the Students' Council We have started getting out of our ways now. We are not waiting for you to come to the office. We are also coming to where you are. So we are going to the student council and we are telling them, how can we start working with these young people so that we know how we are going to help each other? What have we done with that? We have made sure that any person who has a business idea is in line with what the institution is offering for purposes of accountability. Because if we let anybody do it, we are not going to be accountable. And if you're not accountable, you cannot measure your success. So we are working with the Student Council. There is, it's an organization for the Student Council, the Business Club. So if you're in the Business Club, we are coming to where you are, you're asking us a question which you want to ask us, and then we know how we are going to move forward from there. Remember, all these organizations are membership bodies, meaning there is something you need to pay for it. However, when we come to students, we know that you're not earning. So at that level, we are not going to come and tell you, give us 100,000, give us 55,000. No. We are coming first listening to what you're telling us about. Then we see how you're going to proceed. And from the moment now we start teaching you how to register that business idea to now become a serious business person, that is the time we will start asking you for a very minimal fee of 3,500 per year. As a student, would you lack that amount for the information and knowledge you're getting? No. So that question of asking how you get to us, we are in this, our offices are open, we're in the social platform, and I believe everybody can be able to reach to the social platform, and then we are also coming to where we feel we are needed. And the other question, you've asked about horizontal and vertical. What I can say is that easy come, easy go. And I'll still echo what my fellow panelists have said. There is no way you'll start selling an avocado today and tomorrow you want to export. It's a journey. It's a journey. How do you walk that journey? It is 1, through knowledge, 2, through mentorship, 3, through partnership, and now you will be guided. And in a way, you'll also be helped. Because as a young person, you're starting a business, and you're saying, I want to farm, and then I export. Definitely, you'll need to have export license. You'll need to have the capital. You'll need to pay, to have money to pay for the, what do you call it, the shipping, all that. And as you've heard, for the banking institutions or the financial institutions who are here, she has said, you don't need to have collateral. But it is not just not needing to have collateral. There needs to be history. So there is nothing like Pepeta Iwake, no. It is a journey. We'll have to start working from where the business you're talking about, we see how you're growing it. They have a track record. We have a track record of how we have worked with you, and that is how your business is going to grow. So, and I hand it over for the technology part.
I'll give it to Charity first. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Phoebe.
Okay, thank you. I'll not go straight to his question. There is a question you had asked earlier about
Exactly.
jobs. Yeah. Now that it's about the youth. Just to ask the youth and everyone in the house to appreciate one great thing God has blessed us with in this country, and that is agriculture. If we can only revive even 2 ecosystems within agriculture, it's going to take in a lot of youth and create employment even for the future generations. We could have failed, probably those who are ahead of you as youths, me included, but you should not fail. Think about cotton ecosystem. Just cotton, we pick cotton today, and I love giving that example. What are we putting on? Clothes, indio? We start. Farmers. We have the seeds, somebody will supply. We have the women and the youth, they will farm, indio? Small acreage, big acreage, but somebody will farm. Somebody will transport. Somebody will take the stuff to the ginnery. A ginnery will buy. Are you seeing money there? Are you seeing creation of employment? We go to the mills. They will create some good attires. I've identified that should be Kenyan attire. We have others, but I know that one is Kenyan.
Actually, everything is Kenyan I'm putting on, except the shoes. So let me just elaborate. The t-shirt comes from Vision Company, if you know Vision. My khaki trouser is from, the fabric is from Rivertex. How many people know Rivertex? So I'm purely putting on a Kenyan.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Okay. So if everyone puts on Kenyan, there will be employment in this country, right? So up to the mills, material imepatikana. Let's go to now the stitching. And that's where majority of the youths are. Very creative with fashion, very creative even with how to stitch. Very beautiful stuff. How many people will be employed in that space? Then let's go to even selling it. How many more people will be employed? So the greatest thing is that we now have a system, an education system which I really support. I don't know about you, but at least I don't need to do biology for me to make clothes. You know, I start making my clothes from grade 2, grade 1, and I grow. By the time I'm done with the university, I'm not carrying a biochem or master, and I'm talented in creative. So I think we have the best system now. The only thing we need is to support it. And it is you who is seated there who ought to support it. And us who are seated on this other side, we can only support you to support what is happening. And we be real. Just being real na tuite makosa na ile ukweli, tuliangusha cotton, lakini we can now come back and do something. I'll not touch on leather. You know what one of you is doing, DNR. Simkona bag za denri hapa. Just but changing the whole conversation. So everyone can do something and we create employment. Na tusichague kazi because we need capital to start our businesses. Capital too is what you need. Do something to start something and create employment. That's something, back to that question. About, there's this narrative of venture capitalists, angel investors, grants. Gani ingine nasikia na nyinyi mayouth? Munazijua, Let's stop running away from reality. We are blessed as a country. Upstairs, we are good. We only compete with Nigerians. Tunapelekananga hivi. But we are talented. Sindio, hiyo tunakubali. Na huwa tuchagui kazi. Maybe some of us. But then when you're talented, ask yourself, this particular solution, I have an IT solution, that will help people in tourism. Why should you be going round and round people, grants, angel investors, Now you can imagine you have a solution. The one who had a solution went to the one who needed it. Sindio? Is it working? And somebody's earning, right? Are you angel investors, venture capitalists, or what, grants? They are not. Sindio? Lakini we sasa app unazunguka, within no time technology comes, overtakes your app, and then you sit down and say, somebody stole from me. Stole from you where? You weren't exposing it, sindio? The moment you come to me, I'm an IT guru, you expose your app, and I'm able to add 1, 2, 3. You continue waiting for venture capitalists, I take it up and run. And I'll come and sell to the same people who need it. So whatever solution that you have, please take it to the people that need it. And then they'll tell you, this solution is so good, let's try it, and we can always buy some shares in it and bring in other people who need it. Then you continue building. The most important thing is you are the owner. Sits in your brain. And you can only improve it, right? So I'm talking about that space that needs venture capitalists of millions of shillings. It's not a bad thing to have venture capitalists and grants and all that. But understand. You remember that story of research? Do your research end to end. Know at what point you're in business. If you are at startup, try to grow, try to talk about it, bring in the right people. When it's at the point of picking, bring in the right people and it will pick and go very well. But if you're down here, I wish I had that chalk and anyway, nimekuwa mwalimu sana. So if you're down here in business and you bring in somebody who expects you to sell whatever up and you give them money and pay up, within no time, you'll be at negative. Because you're using money to look for money, sindio? And it's not giving you the money. So at the end of the day, you end up worse than where you were when you're bringing somebody in. But if you are at this point where you're not picking and you bring in somebody who is buying your shares, it can only fly. Because now you're there, you have the experiences, you know how much you spend, you know your target market, you know your next market, who needs it, who doesn't need it, at what point you need to upgrade whatever solution that you have. If you're being mentored, you know when to put in the money. So depending on the space you're in, it is important to understand at what point you're in within your business cycle. If your business cycle iko hapa chini, mahali kampuni mingi ziko, and somebody else said about those businesses that are collapsing. Why are they collapsing? If I have a shop in town and I'm not in Facebook, I'm not in X, I'm nowhere. I'm still waiting for somebody to walk in and pick a cloth. Yet the biggest generation of this country is the young people. Sindio? See, my Gen Z, see youth, what me included, we all Gen Zs. Yeah? See, we are all online. Sindio? You will fail because you're not online. So if you don't accept technology, by the way, you'll pack and go home. If you still expect people to pay you cash, M-Pesa sichukui, yapana staki kuswipe, sichukui cards, I want cash. We'll leave you there with your stuff. We go to the next shop that accepts soft money. So it's important for everyone to align, understand who has what within your space. If it is an app, take it up and run. But we can't continue doing business as usual and expect us to do anything new now and even for the future. So we will close. So I think I've answered. Yeah. And for everyone else, I'll be here for another like 30 minutes. We can meet out here and continue discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charity. Bafa, let's just try be brief. We're still going to be here to engage after the session.
Okay, from my younger brother from Kenyatta University, he asked about how politicians or government officials privatize projects. Well, both, unfortunately, is only not only politicians are very, very funny species, and unfortunately, they have between them and the civil servants, because the civil servants also, because of corruption, have learned some of these bad habits. Someone will decide a project just for personal interest because either he's going to make money or that project will help him win an election. So that's the only reason. For instance now, let me give you an example of a problem we have in Nigeria, and intentionally politicians don't want to solve it. The herders and farmers issue, whereby herders will come with their cow and go to farms and destroy it and blah, blah, blah. And the former government decided that, okay, we will have ranches in some places so that the herders would not be moving. The same farmers said, no, they don't want, why should government build ranches for herders? So a solution was brought, but people went against it. And because it was not really the farmers, it was politicians, because those crises that happen, that's what they use in divide and rule to win the election. Because if all young people decide that, okay, we are voting for so-so person because he has a good idea, you all have decided you want to take your future in your hand because you want to make sure that the policies of this person goes towards what you want. Somebody else will try to divide you as young people. No, you're Kikuyu or you're Lou, or you're this, or you're that. So vote your own person. That's one of the major reasons. They just do it because of personal interest and corruption. Because, okay, I have a friend that imports tractors. And those tractors cannot be used in Kenya. And I know that. But because I want to make money, I'll buy that tractor. And that, you say, no, then they'll come to TV, oh, we're doing mechanizing, this is what, it will look very beautiful. But after 1 or 2 years, those tractors have started working and they spoil because they were not made for the kind of land that's here. So government, politicians in general are not after development, unfortunately. They don't, let me give you an example. Majority of politicians do not believe in human capital development, which is the most important thing. A lot of politicians do not believe in education. Because once you're educated, you will come out and ask for your right. It's better we keep you an illiterate so that, we'll be telling you, oh, I'm from your tribe, continue voting for me because I'm your tribe. No, why you have been an MP, a member, for 16 years, you have not gotten one job for anybody from your constituency, you have not built a school, you have not paid a scholarship for anybody, and still your people are voting you because they kept you there as an illiterate to continue voting for them. So basically, it's personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, Jonathan,
Yes,
very briefly.
There was a gentleman who asked about IT. I don't know if he's still here. But yes, there's this book by Peter Thiel that says moving from 0 to 1. And 0 in a sense, you realize that China, people really knew China as a copycat country. So they were doing reverse engineering. So they're producing, overproducing, they're not doing research. But now if you look at YouTube of what China do, they've moved now, they're on 1. They're doing innovation. And I think I'll also link that to policies of our country. For example, whoever wants to open a business now as we speak, you can go and register a website and you'll pay for it instantly. But you go to eCitizen, it will take you 2 weeks. Somebody is still searching if that name exists somewhere. So our policies are really bad from there. Then once now you've registered a company, there's no linkage to banking. So I'm challenging my sister here. They should give us leeways of which banks and which are the products they're selling so we can connect to that. Then before you start a business, KRA has already charged you. Yes. KRA has already charged you, and I think you pay every month or whatever, something like that, because I've gone through that. Then if you forget to file, because nobody has taught you, so you're in the dungeon of that. So I think with Madam Phoebe and Daktari, who are talking about KN, CCI, probably you guys are in a position to really push those things. How do we ease in business? Because I know most of us might be students here. To get 10,000, 11,000, you go to a lawyer, you pay 50,000 for registration. So why don't you just register it, maybe 1,000, then every year you renew it because the government is not supposed to make money from us. They're supposed to give us service. We have many, we have 50-something million. So that is one thing. Then about 0 to 1 again, incubation. And I was talking to NEDI CEO, Yaya, and he mentioned that there's an intention of NEDI pretty much to have centers of excellence. Because Babu was here, and he mentioned that pretty much 85% of the monies or everything happens in Nairobi. So why? Me, I'm from Western Kenya, Kisumu. I tell you, holidays are coming. If you go back home, you are probably the only one who is going to spend. Because Nairobi is where you can make decent money to go and spend there. So if we have centers of excellence across the country, maybe we can use our regional hubs to establish that, and have these organizations like Equity and other banks who have got some money to pump into that kind of investment to support. Because there are families who, even to go through school, and even to think of farming is an abomination, because it frustrated you anyway in the first place, for you even to leave the village to come to town. So farming is something which is great, but you realize most of Kenyans who go to farming are people who've retired. Why? Because when you start, the first thing you would make you have money in your pocket is employment. If you start a business, you'll fail. Why? Because you don't even know people. You know, by the time you start living in probably Kawangware, by the time you reach Karen, you're tired. Exactly. You don't want to help anybody. So the only guys who could help us are people who are already established, and organizations and governments. So it still goes back to policies. And again, this goes to NEDI and KNCCI. The information you guys are talking about needs to be on those platforms. Me, I'm in technology, and sometimes I'm doing something and I'm told I need a license. I go to CAK, Commission Authority. I don't even know what I need to pay for. Then when I go to register my application, then I'm told I need that. How do I know? I'm not a fortune teller. So the only way I can know about these things are from these portals. NEDI probably would break that bridge for us, so that it brings all these other bodies to bring this together.
Thank you.
Then last is partnership.
Thank you.
I started a business 7 years ago in technology, but there is what we call the tripod stand. If you're in technology, I tell you, you cannot build and sell that thing. You need somebody who can sell it. Then you need somebody who can actually give money, a little bit of money, not the 100 million we are talking about. Just for registration, to go to legal, to do kekobo, there's copyright, to do other few things. It will be probably 50,000, which is very hard to get from college. So partnership also you can only get through probably incubation and friendship of referrals. So to move from 0 to 1 to just multiplying what we know now, like M-Pesa started, everybody who's developing is developing something called M-Pesa, M-Kopo. You know, that's Kenya. But now we need to go to innovation. Now innovation has to be disruptive. And you find that, like for example, in Moi Avenue, you find that kiosks or shops that are selling clothes, they're selling the same thing. So you ask for jeans, you find that they go around and bring the same jeans. So I think for us to move from 0 to 1, I don't think agriculture it's great, but you have to have large scale. But the quickest with us who are in technology, you can actually port something small in technology and have partnership and actually make it going forward. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I know there's a lot of information that we have, and I know some of us still have something to say. So maybe what we'll do, I'll just give each of you 30 seconds, please, for your parting shots as we close this up, because time is not on our side, kindly. So I'll start with Amos. 30 seconds, please.
Okay, thank you very much for everyone who attended and the fellow panelists. Mine is to say that as Kenyans, let's learn to consume our own. We are really consuming a lot of Western stuff, and we take them to be good, but ours are very beautiful and they are very quality. All we need is to encourage ourselves and spend our little coin and support the business. We can't support businesses by talking and writing good policies. This is the same thing I said last time during the cotton textile apparel policy development, which I took part in sharing my opinions. So we need to walk the talks, from the politicians to the business people to the civil servant. This story of telling young people that they should promote their own, buy their own, you yourself ask yourself a question: are you supporting your own? So it needs to come from us, within us, for us to succeed as Kenyans. We can't support others if we don't promote our own local product. Thank you.
I know a lot of the stories we are giving here sound scary and bleak, but what I can tell you is this: you can start a business and you can make it. All you need is faith and trust in God. Have a dream. Equity started with an egg. Today he owns the biggest bank in the country, if not East Africa. But he started his dream with one egg. So don't look at there. Start it as one step at a time. Believe in God, believe in your dream, and as we said, have mentors and people to walk down with you, and success is not an option. It will follow you wherever you go. Asante.
Thank you, Daniel.
Before I give my parting shot, let me talk about something he has said, that us as the bodies, we need to push a few things. I would be happy to report that we are really pushing for tax holidays. Tax holiday is for those business people, you start your business and you're expected to pay taxes immediately. We are pushing to see if you can have at least 2 years of tax holiday. But for you to have the 2 years, thank you, for you to have the 2 years, why would you have the 2 years? There would be, you would need to show why you need the 2 years. So that is something we are pushing. And my parting shots, there are either two ways. You try and fail, or you try and make it. The same thing I will say. You knock that door and get a solution, or you don't knock that door at all, and you remain the same. So don't be lied to. These offices are there to be knocked. Knock those doors. You'll get the answer you need. Be persistent. Let's fold our sleeves, because we must make it. Either as young people, either as women, either as old people, knock those doors. The cake is too big for all of us. So knock in chamber. We are waiting for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, my parting shot is just for entrepreneurs. I guess that is the best highway somebody would take. And what is an entrepreneur? Simply, you keep on trying. You'll fail many times. And when you fail, you pick up yourself and move and be innovative. Repeat, copycatting is not one of the best, but innovation is. But you can only innovate also if you do a lot of research and reading and partnership. So I know we'll be in good hands if you just keep on doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, I want to say that I don't agree with my brother Jonathan when he said farming is big. There are things that you can farm that are little that can. Currently, there's a plant that's only found in some places in Nigeria, and they want it in the Middle East. Just 1 gram of it is almost $60. So you don't have to go and say that you have to do potatoes. There are opportunities in every sector. Don't limit yourself. You have to try and fail and try and fail. Failure is fertilizer to success. And you have to be patient and try to learn. A lot of you young people try to say that I have to do it today and I have to do it now. But like I said, mentorship is important. So if you are with someone that's teaching you and he feels that you are going ahead of him, he will not be excited. But if he feels you're patient and you're trying to learn and you're asking questions, he will say, okay, this is somebody that I would want to mentor because he's trying to learn. So you have to be very patient and you have to try to learn. And learning. My father taught me something. You can learn from anybody. The security guard outside your house can teach you something that a professor cannot teach you. And practical experience is very important. So not just go to school as an engineer. When you are going to school, go to a mechanic's shop. Go to an electrician's shop. Try to learn. Learn something. So practical experience is very, very important. And like I said earlier, women and youth almost everywhere, they're their own problems because they don't support each other. because you said you only had 37 women, you have 7 women out of 47, but the majority of voters are women. Why are they not voting for women? The majority of youth voters are youth. Why are they not voting for youth? So you people have to change. You know, you have to start believing in yourself, and you have to start from somewhere. Start from councillor. Don't say that, oh, like my brother NEDI that started that, he said he wants to be president. It's a good thing. But somebody has to start from somewhere. So, and then finally, like I said, you have to take Kenya First project, not the government one, the real one that the Kenyan citizens should take for their own project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. My parting shots, not one. But the greatest of all is first to appreciate NEDI for bringing us together, and all the other partners, KNCCI and everyone else, tourism, everyone who's been involved, and yourselves. If there's one thing I advocate for, is partnerships. Today I'm seated here talking to the youth, tomorrow I'll be seated elsewhere talking, and on Sunday I'll be with the women in the church talking. But we need to agree on how we're going to work, so that whatever I'm saying here, I can put it in writing and commit to it and deliver. We are doing it with KNCCI, we are doing it with CAM, we are doing it with everyone else. I want to do it with NEDI, so that it's targeted and we focus on one thing and deliver. The other, that's at the corporate level, allow us to do it both financial and non-financial, what is in it for you, from the foundation side of it all the way to the banking side of it. To you, the individuals, I will not continue talking to people who are not banking with Equity Bank, to be specific. You know, I'm giving you solutions that we give in Equity Bank. But if you're not banking with Equity Bank, I'll not blame any other bank because you are not banking with Equity Bank. I want you to come and challenge me in my space. Then we will get solutions for you. And just to say, I encourage the youth also, this Kazi Maju, you said about somebody riding a vehicle in Qatar. Yes, they are masters holders. They are whatever they are, but they are earning an income. And I've seen them coming back, especially from the UK, with around 1.2 million for just harvesting fruits in the UK. They come back and set up a business. So which parent was supposed to give you 1.2 million because you have a master's and seated in the house? Go work, come back, set up a business, employ 3 people. Then you go back, bring another 1.2, you employ others. Because these are great opportunities, and I would want us to look at them, with a clear mind, without feeling who is feeling what about me, who will vote, who will not vote. Tuweke vitu yote kando and focus on our lives. You are youth for a very short period. That's what I've always said. You'll cross that age 35. Tulikuwa na wewe Gen Z maandamano, leo uwa uko, na mimi siko uko, tuko huku kwa women. So come we do business. So when you come to women, men will remain men and youth. But please, let's do something for ourselves in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to my amazing panelists. Thank you so much. And indeed, youth and women empowerment. It needs collaboration, skills. It needs more of capacity building sessions, because from this is where we learn. So let us move from the ideas to implementing of all this we are talking about, from the good lending, from the good stock keeping, wherever you're doing, access to the information. Dr. Phoebe talked about them being available online. So in this time and era, we do not have any excuse. Maybe you are the excuse because everything is available at your own, wherever you're using your devices, you have them. You can access everything. So thank you so much to my amazing panelists. Please, would you just give it up to my panelists as we wrap this up? I know we are going to continue with this conversation. And just to wrap up, we'll just stand for a photo maybe and move to the next session. Thank you so much to our audience. Back to you, Nana.
just come to the front. Just come to the front. Thank you so much, our panelists. I know we've taken such a long time, but it has been a very informative session, right? How many think it's been informative? Right? What are your key takeaways? For me, my first key takeaway is that you won't be a youth forever. Yes, you won't be a youth forever. You won't be a youth forever. So the time is now. The information is available as the verse goes. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall be opened. And ask and you shall receive. So we want to move into another session where is the meat of why we are here today. As the youth, I know you have very many ideas, very many innovations that you want to put across. And I want to put us into groups so that we can be able to continue interacting. I'm going to put us into groups, and then we are going to continue to interact with our panelists and see how we can come up with solutions for the different gaps that we have in the different industries. But just before I do that, I'd like to invite Miss Elga Riaga, who is the Minister of Youth, Sports and Gender and Social Services from Nakuru County, representing the Honorable Susan Kihika, to give us a few remarks before we can move into our groups. Thank you. Karibu. Let us give her a round of applause even as she comes.
To the organizers of NEDI, the chairman, the secretary, to our panelists who have just left the stage, to the youths who are with us, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I would have been here in the morning, but better be late than not appearing at all. The reason why I was late, the Nyota program was rolled today for training in the whole country, and being a youth empowerment program, as youth CECs, we had to be there to see it kick-started. That's why we were late. Nevertheless, I am here. Now, I am happy to be part of this discussion. And the youth agenda in this country makes everyone not to sleep, including the youths themselves. And I asked myself questions. What is it that went wrong that we cannot sleep about the youth? And I asked myself this question too. I was once a youth. And I'm wondering whether when I was a youth, people also did not sleep when I was a youth. And to answer those questions, we have to sit the way we are sitting today. And we have to sit with the youths so that we can see where the gap is. It's not a problem, it's a gap. You know, there's a difference between a gap and a problem. So the problems nowadays, we call them challenges and gaps, and that's why we are seated here today. So I will not make my speech long, but I want to congratulate the NEDI team for the initiative that they have taken to set the vision for this country so that we can realize our goals as a country. We have resources, yes, and every great country, the strength is not in the resources. The strength is in the ingenuity of its people, and you are the ones. So one of the gaps that I've realized over the years is that our country, Kenya, we have not taken advantage of the innovativeness of our youths. And that is why we have a very big gap in the youth sector. Now, NEDI wants to nurture entrepreneurship, enable access to financing, and drive innovation and competitiveness. And I think that's why you are here as the youths. The bigger picture for NEDI is to invest in enterprises. And when you invest in enterprises, you invest in the freedom of your people. So when NEDI brings us on board, they want to increase our freedom, they want to increase our economic empowerment, and they want to make us self-sufficient. Now, we call all ourselves to action. The entrepreneurs, this is our time. To the youth, I know you have very many ideas, which as a country, we would really want to take advantage of to move this country forward. Now, NEDI team is acting as a bridge to connect potential to progress and dreams to development. So together, I think we can be able to address the gaps and the challenges that we have. But I have one question for the youth. Are you ready? Are you ready? How many are ready? Okay. How ready are you? When do you want to start? Now, now, now. Not even tomorrow. How do you want to start? How do you want to start? Do you have any challenges? Have you put them down in writing? What is your biggest challenge? Funding. Another one? Mentorship. Another one? Markets. Are you able to access markets? There are 3 challenges, 4 actually. Access to capital, market, mentorship, and access to markets. I've talked about that, and policy support. How many of you can write a proper business plan that can be executed and give success? Then you're okay in policy. So the biggest gap is financing, isn't it? And that's why NEDI is here, to connect us to financiers, to connect us to partners, and to connect us to entrepreneurs who have been there before us, who will mentor us, and who will make us follow the steps that they followed. Because when somebody is ahead of you, you do not make the mistakes that they made. You've heard them talk here. Their hands were held, and now they're a success story. So the youths of Nairobi, I think you're all from Nairobi, isn't it? The youths from Nairobi, we want to encourage you. Do not give up. The white-collar jobs that you're looking for, they don't give much. There's too much money in the business world. And since I know you people, you live large, I don't think the pay slips will be a good idea for you. How many of you want pay slips? How many of you want a pay slip? A pay slip, a small paper? None, isn't it? How many of you want a bank statement with a lot of money inside it? Everyone, isn't it? That kind of bank statement, you only get it when you are in business, not when you are employed. So as you leave the university, I know you are brilliant. You've done engineering, architecture, everything, medicine, all, name them. But you need to think outside the box. You need to realize that a degree certificate, to me nowadays, I look at them as papers. The real money is here. The real money is not in this paper that you have at home. The real money is here. And then your feet, tap your feet down. Just tap it down. Further. The faster you do it, the higher the sound, isn't it? So when you walk fast in your thinking and in your implementation of your ideas, that is how much the money will be in your bank. Try it again. Try it faster. That is how fast your bank will be filling with money. Now, if you look at the paper you have at home, can it fill your bank? Can it fill your bank? It's the action that will fill your bank. So as you leave this training, live with one thing, that the money is just here before you, and the faster you tap your feet, the faster you will fill your bank. That tapping of feet is just analogy. It's just telling you how fast you can do things so that you can have your bank filling with money. So as you leave this very well organized seminar by NEDI, go out there and start a journey to influence your thinking, to influence your capacity to grow, and to influence your speed for growth. Thank you very much for listening to me. My name is El Gariaga from Nakuru. I'm in charge of the youth, and that's why I had to be here. Anything youth does not make me sleep. I also have them in my house. You should hear the questions they are asking me. My daughter even asked me, Mommy, you should stop working so that I work. I'm wondering whether she can run a ministry. Thank you.
Let us give her another round of applause. Thank you so much, Waziri. Now I want to move us into our groups, the various groups that I told you. All of us are here, but we have different interests, right? So we are going to have 4 groups. How many have an interest or solutions within tourism and wildlife, sport, and cultural creations? Weka mkono juu ukisimamaga. Tourism, wildlife, sports, and cultural recreations. Mnataka kukaa wapi? Watu mchague, tunataka kukaa wapi? Hapo. Aya, wenye usi wa tourism hapo watoke.